A millionaire takes in a beggar with a baby as a nurse, and when he jokingly invites her to his wedding. Stefan had just learned that his mother was gone. It was early morning when the call came from an unknown number. The man was already awake, lying in bed, struggling with anxious thoughts. He had a premonition of trouble. Probably, after all, his elderly mother had been in intensive care for almost a week. Her condition all this time remained stably serious. And after that call, the man realized everything before he even answered the call. Stefan was a mature and strong, successful man. Moreover, in recent years, he himself had become a support for his mother. It was as if they had switched places. Now the grown-up son behaved like a parent, and his mother turned into a child. And yet, after the doctor's words, Stefan suddenly felt like a thin, weak blade of grass in the wind. Gone was the support, gone was the hope. The man felt like an orphan, through the pain, despair, and rejection. Strangely enough, thoughts of Trixie came through. What would happen to her and her young son Edward now? Would they too disappear from his life? Because Amelie was the only thing that had held them together. And now she was gone. Stefan hadn't expected himself to be thinking about Trixie at a time like this. But it was now that the man suddenly realized that he didn't want to lose her for anything. Surprisingly, it was a thought he would ponder later. Right now, he had a lot of things to do, organizing a farewell, settling some legalities. It's a good thing. It would take his mind off his grief, prevent him from falling into despair or apathy. Amelie raised her son by herself, without the help of relatives and her husband. She gave birth to Stefan, being already quite an old woman. She was almost 40 at the time. In those days, it was a very respectable age to become a mother, especially for the first time. Amie's peers were already nursing grandchildren when she was getting used to being a mom to a newborn baby. The woman had no regrets. This child became the center of her universe, the meaning of life, joy. And Amie more than once said this to her son, called his happiness, favored boy, pride and hope. With Stefan's father, the woman did not work out, and could not work out. It just happened. Amelie was born and raised in the village. Then, like many of her peers, went to study in the city. Amelie dreamed of working as an elementary school teacher. First, she always got along with small children. Secondly, she clearly had a talent for conveying information to these little ones in an accessible way. Amelie had taught a single child to read by herself when she was still a teenager. She was provided with a hostel, a minimum stipend as a non-resident, and her studies began. The girl liked studying. Soon she became one of the best students of the course. Her parents were proud of their successful daughter. Of all their children, she was the only one who entered the university, and even became an excellent student there. While classmates ran on dates and discos, Amelie gave all of herself to her studies. She was hardly interested in guys. Then, at a young age, the main thing was to get out of poverty, to get a foothold in the city, to establish themselves in the profession. And then you can think about your personal life. Amelie graduated from university, worked for a year on assignment in her own village school, and again went to the city. She rented an apartment there, got a job at a language gymnasium. A young specialist with a red diploma was accepted for a prestigious position with a good salary with great joy. She liked the work. She easily managed to find a common language with all the students. She knew how to explain complex topics to kids. Children reached out to her, respected, and even loved their first teacher. Amelie was glad that she was able to find her way in this life at once. Many people cannot work at a job they do not like. They suffer, looking for something new. But she immediately found herself in her place. True, here with a personal life did not add up. Appearance, she had a pleasant. Her admirers periodically appeared. Whether each of them repulsed her something, sooner or later someone turned out to be greedy, someone boring, and another generally boorish. And so Amelie was left alone. It's time to lower the film. Age is also not young, shook her head mother when her daughter came to the village to visit relatives. Demands you, it seems, too high, driven completely in his city. It's high time you got married. Her sister joined in. She was older than Amelie by only a couple of years, but she was already the mother of 4 children. The sister had recently divorced her husband and was living with her daughters at her mother's house. She did not work with their father, as her girls were still very young. Amelie periodically helped the single mother with money and always felt sorry for her. To hear from her sister words about the need to urgently run to the marriage was especially strange. "It's time to give birth," the mother continued. "Age is pushing you down. If you don't have time, you'll be alone and needless in your old age." These conversations depressed her, made her feel somehow inferior. Amelie was quite satisfied with her life, her favorite job, a beautiful, albeit rented, apartment, socializing with friends, traveling. Yes, sometimes she dreamed of a beloved and reliable man next to her, and a child, of course. But applicants for the role of husband and father of descendants in Amelie's environment has not yet been observed. Worthy specimens were already sorted out, and other options woman categorically did not suit. She did not want to become an unhappy, almost destitute single mother like her older sister. One day Amelie was sent to the all-Russian competition of elementary school teachers, but not somewhere, and in the capital. The woman then returned with a victory, which earned herself even more respect from the administration. Oh, they even wrote in the local newspaper. A full-page article with several color photos. But Amelie didn't just come home with a win. At the time of her return, she had no idea that a new life was already living and developing under her heart. After the award ceremony, which took place in a huge concert hall, Amelie decided to take a walk around Moscow. Amelie visited many places in one evening: Red Square, the Tretyakov Gallery, and the famous zoo. A little tired, but overflowing with impressions, she returned to the hotel. Almost reaching her destination, Jacob, the future father of her only child, called out to her. She hadn't realized it at the time, of course. He was a handsome, tall man, smiling, charming. He introduced himself as Jacob and said that he lived in a neighboring hotel. Jacob had come to Moscow for work. He, in his own words, often had to do it. He confessed that he had been watching Amelie for a long time, and that he liked her very much, but he still did not dare to approach her. And tomorrow the man was already leaving. That's why he took the risk of meeting her, because there would be no other chance. They talked for a long time, sitting on a bench in the square in front of the hotel. Amelie herself was surprised at how easy it was for her to talk to this man. She felt as if they had known each other for years. Jacob was from Novosibirsk, a large city in the north of the country. He admitted right away that he was married, but unhappy in his marriage. Amelie felt sorry for him for some reason, and in general she behaved that evening quite differently than usual. Her seriousness and innate caution had evaporated. She explained it to herself that she'd had too many experiences that day. Jacob was handsome, and his manners were very pleasant. So they spent the night in Amelie's room. No promises, no commitments. They both knew they'd never see each other again. They just accepted it as it happened. Two adults were drawn to each other by an irresistible force. Amelie had never allowed herself to do anything like that before, but she couldn't resist, and the atmosphere was conducive to play. The woman, as if trying on the mask of someone else, allowed herself to be more liberated, free than always. They said goodbye in the morning. Jacob hugged Amelie tenderly, kissed her, and said many beautiful words that made the woman blossom and feel like a queen. Yes, they would never see each other again, but it was a blessing to have met such a man in her life. Amelie knew she would remember him fondly. A month after returning home, Amelie realized she was expecting a baby. At first frightened, but then overjoyed. Wasn't that what she had once dreamed of? Yes, it didn't work out with her husband, but she would have a son or daughter. When her parents found out that Amelie had gotten pregnant out of wedlock, they were furious. Shame the father uttered when he heard he was about to become a grandfather again. How could it be? What on earth have you done? Wailed the mother. Don't expect any help from us. You made your own mess. You'll have to clean it up yourself. The father joined the conversation again. Didn't you rush me into motherhood? Amelie reminded her parents. She hadn't expected a different reaction, so she wasn't particularly upset. It's a shame and a disgrace to give birth without a husband, her mother repeated and pressed her lips together resentfully. Amelie realized that she could manage on her own without the help of her husband and family. She had a good job that allowed her to rent an apartment and to do almost nothing for herself. Yes, it may be difficult, especially the first years of maternity leave. But nothing will get out of it somehow. The joy of realizing soon motherhood overshadowed all other feelings and emotions. And then Stefan was born, a wonderful, healthy baby, very much like his father, who had not even suspected the existence of this miracle. and Amelie suddenly felt truly happy and whole. The woman had no doubt she would overcome everything, cope with everything. Stefan knew this story from his mother's words. She had told him everything when she was a teenager. Her eyes shone with joy. It was obvious that she was very happy with the memories. Stefan admitted that his mother had embellished the story. Of course, it had been very difficult and frightening for her at times. Maybe there was resentment for the relatives who had returned at a difficult time, and for Jacob too, who hadn't changed at all since the meeting. Either way, his mom had said many times that Stefan's appearance was the best thing that had ever happened to her. And her son believed her. Stefan grew up to be a handsome and bright boy. Unlike many other children, he hardly ever got sick. The boy had excellent grades, and also had time to practice chess and swimming. He was successful in both sections. Stefan went to competitions and tournaments, won medals, participated in school Olympiads. Sometimes Stefan missed his father, whom he did not know at all. But he didn't tell his mother about it. He didn't want to upset her. So it was not easy. In order to provide for her son, she not only took 2 jobs at the gymnasium, but also tutoring. Stefan saw it, appreciated, understood, and dreamed of growing up to become a successful rich man and pile his mother with gifts. Amelie tried to give her son everything, but did not spoil the heir, of course. And there was no such opportunity. Nevertheless, the woman always found the means to send Stefan to the next competition or pay for his section. When the time came, Stefan entered the budget department of the local university on his own. After graduating, he became an 8 specialist. After receiving his diploma, the young man first got a job at the town forming plant. He was immediately offered such a salary that the guy was even dizzy with surprise. It cost him a lot of effort to keep himself in control. Over time, the young specialist was noticed, appreciated, made the head of the department. His salary, accordingly, increased significantly. Within a year, the guy was able to buy himself and his mother a large apartment in a prestigious area of the city. Finally, they moved into their own place. The rented apartment was, of course, cozy and already quite native, but it still belonged to a stranger. And here, at last, their own corner. Amelie couldn't get enough of her son. He was handsome and clever, and now he was rich. Stefan didn't work for his employer for long. One day he decided to take a risk, opened his own company. He already had work experience. He understood the peculiarities of the service market. Of course, it was not easy to make up his mind. To leave the forced money place, to rush like in a maelstrom with his head into the business, which is still unknown whether it will bring profit. But deep down, Stefan felt that everything would be fine, because he had a clear plan. And so it was. Stefan's firm grew, developed, brought more and more income. It was the kind of money that could not be earned at the factory even in the highest position. The guy skillfully managed the funds, something let for the development of business, something put aside, something sent in investments. And of course, Stefan, as he once dreamed, made gifts to his mother. Now he could afford it. Eventually, Stefan had to move. He grew up in a small provincial town and started a business there. But his business grew. He became cramped in the provinces, so a new stage in Stefan's life began, conquering the capital. It wasn't easy. Competition, the need to deal with many issues, both business and purely domestic. The guy, at times, did not sleep for 2 days. But Stefan managed to cope. He got his business up and running and settled in. Now he lived and worked in Moscow. Stefan tried many times to move his mother closer to him. It seemed to him that nothing could keep her in her native city. But he was wrong. At first, Amelie did not want to part with her work. Great. I'll get to graduation, and then I'll think about it. Where will they go without me, she said. Then, already on a well-deserved rest, she was kept in place by other moments, friends and neighbors, familiar yards, apartment. In general, Amelie refused to move. It seemed to her that she would not find her place in the capital. You work all the time, all in business and labor, and I do not know anyone there. What am I supposed to do? Sit all day long in 4 walls. At least I have friends here. We go for walks, to the theater, to cafes. But what's waiting for me there? In the end, Stefan realized that it is useless to persuade his parents. He often came to visit her or brought his mother to stay with him. Amelie, by the way, did not like Moscow very much. She quickly tired of the city. But Stefan enjoyed being in the metropolis. He felt like a fish in water here. So many events, so many opportunities. So many opportunities, so many potential options for profit. As for Stefan's personal life, it was not as successful as his work. When he was young, he had lovers and fleeting hobbies. But even in his younger years, Stefan realized that all these were nothing more than short-term romances. The guy has formed in his head an image of the other half. At the head of the chapter, he put such qualities as intelligence, kindness, sensitivity, loyalty. But none of the girls, which in large numbers hovered around the successful young businessman, did not meet this ideal. And then Stefan met Kira. It happened in a club, where the successful businessman and his colleagues celebrated the conclusion of another contract, which was to bring good profits. A tall, slender girl fell on Stefan's head in the most literal sense. She was accidentally elbowed by a careless waiter. That's why the beauty couldn't stay on her feet. Afterwards, Stefan found out that it had all been a setup, the acquaintance and the clumsiness of the waiter, who turned out to be Kira's former classmate and accomplice. But then the incident had been a small miracle and resembled a scene from a romantic comedy. Kira and Stefan met. The girl immediately charmed the young man with her modesty, even shyness. It was hard to believe that with such a spectacular appearance, Kira remained not spoiled, sensitive beauty that Stefan knew. Usually they behaved like capricious princesses, but this girl was strikingly different from the others. That was probably what had gotten Stefan hooked. They started dating. The closer Stefan got to know Kira, the more he fell in love with her. Here's the updated story with the names changed. The girl was not only beautiful and smart, but also incredibly kind. She pitied stray animals and abandoned children, cried over the sad endings of movies, always served beggars. And Kira, unlike Stefan's previous girlfriends, didn't demand gifts. No, Stefan had never been greedy. When a young man met a girl, he always wooed beautifully. He liked to please people close to him. Therefore, Stefan did not spare money and time for surprises. But the girls very quickly began to abuse the generosity of Stefan, which immediately repelled him. Because the feeling that you are used, it is always unpleasant. And Stefan couldn't take it. Why continue the relationship if they see you only as a resource? The guy had already decided that all young women are like that, or become like that next to a successful man. But then Kira came into his life. Kira looked at Stefan with admiring, loving eyes. She didn't need expensive jewelry, travels, money, but only if he was near her, the man she loved. It filled Stefan with happiness. He felt that he had finally met his other half, and he was beginning to think that it would never happen. But it soon became clear that it was all a setup, the supposedly chance meeting with Kira, Stefan's affection for her, and most importantly, her perfect behavior. It was all part of an elaborate plan. Nick, Stefan's financial deputy, had long wanted to take over the firm, and he planned to frame and imprison the chief so that he would not interfere. Nick had spent years delving into the financial and legal nuances of the company. Stefan trusted him. They'd been classmates once. Back then, Nick had seemed like an honest, straightforward, and very smart guy. Stefan never imagined he'd do that to him. Kira was Nikolai's girlfriend. Together they had devised a plan, according to which Stefan would lose his head over the young beauty, and then they would set up a situation in which Stefan would sign the necessary papers and go to prison, and Nick would take his place. Who else could take over the firm? He's the second in command. Stephen uncovered the plans of the criminal couple quite by accident. Of course, Stephen never worked another day for him after that. And Kira was the hardest part. I didn't want to believe she was faking it. Her meek smile, her loving gaze, her hugs and kisses were all lies. Stefan searched for excuses for his lover, but found none. Everything pointed to her being a despicable traitor, even if it didn't fit the image that had formed in Stefan's head. Of course, they broke up. Kira tried to stay close to Stefan. She apologized, blamed it on Stephen, swore her love and loyalty. It took a huge effort for Stefan not to believe her again. As it turned out, it was a wise decision, because leaving Kira in her heart told the young man a lot of unpleasant and hurtful words. It was painful to see the once favored beautiful face curved with a malicious grin. After this sad story, Stefan stopped trusting girls, and he never dreamed of a new serious relationship. In his life, he still had short-term, non-committal romances. Everything was fair and clear there, but Stefan did not make any far-reaching plans. The man was satisfied with his real life, the center of which was, of course, work, a favorite job that would never betray or hurt him. Amélie was sad about that. Do you want a wife? Kids? Amélie listed. Are you planning to live your whole life alone? It's good now, but when you're old, it's uncomfortable. You'll be cold. But you can't change anything. It's up to me. Stefan tried to avoid the conversation. I'm surprised at myself. Amélie sighed. My parents used to push me to marry, to hurry me to have children. I didn't understand them then. I thought, why are they meddling in my life? And now I'm saying the same words to you. It's strange. And so everything went on as usual. Amélie enjoyed her freedom after a well-deserved vacation. She had a wonderful company, a couple of former colleagues and a neighbor. The women were all the same age. They went to theaters and cafes, just walked in the park, even traveled. Stefan was glad that his mother's life was not limited to soap operas and sitting on the bench in front of the entrance. But a few more years passed, and the man noticed that his mother's behavior began to change. At first, she simply forgot the words, began to tell something, and suddenly stopped talking, unable to continue the phrase. Stefan didn't see anything wrong with that. It happens to everyone. But Amélie was more and more often lost in the dialogues, confused and flapping her eyes. Then the old woman began to forget and confuse important facts of her own biography. It got to the point where she was seriously convincing her son that she had studied to be a chef. Stefan knew very well that his mother had graduated from a pedagogical university. Her friend and neighbor Kate was a chef. She had talked many times about her studies and her work. Here in his mother's head, apparently, and mixed up the facts of her own life and the story of her neighbor. All this could not but alarm Stefan. Moreover, his mother's friends periodically called him with disturbing news. The man signed up Amélie for a consultation with a renowned professor. The diagnosis was disappointing. Alzheimer's is a terrible, irreversible disease that gradually progresses and takes away the most important thing from a person, his personality. You can try to slow down the progression of the disease, the doctor explained to the worried Stefan. But it is impossible to stop it altogether. Of course, Stefan didn't believe the provincial professor's words at first. What could he know, sitting in this hole? Medicine is advancing by leaps and bounds. Surely there is a way to save his mother, to snatch her from the clutches of the insidious disease. So the man put aside all his business and rushed to Amélie's rescue. He took her to the most advanced centers of the country, contacted with foreign luminaries of medicine, appealed even to doctors practicing unconventional methods of treatment. All in vain. The disease continued to progress. Doctors were unanimous in their opinion. Amélie had a particularly severe case of the disease. The elderly woman almost did not respond to therapy. The disease developed rapidly. No medications or medical manipulations were able to slow down the process significantly. It was hard to realize her powerlessness. Stefan had money, connections, and opportunities, but none of that mattered in this situation. Amélie gradually withdrew into her own world, but there were moments of enlightenment when her eyes suddenly became as they had been before, aware, loving, attentive. Unfortunately, it happened less and less often. Stefan looked forward to such moments, to talk to his mother again. He missed her, the old Amélie. But most of the time his mother was now a complete stranger, healthy, childishly capricious, completely unadapted to life and living. Amélie required care and constant supervision. Stefan wanted to move her to his place closer to Paris, but she fiercely opposed. "You want to kick me out of my house and take my apartment for yourself?" Angrily whispered, she looked at her son. The old woman clearly did not recognize Stefan. She saw in the most dear person an enemy. "You'll never make it. Get out, bastard, before I call the police." But with her friends, who continued to visit and support her, Amélie behaved very differently. The old woman suddenly decided that they were her sisters, and she didn't want to leave them. Stefan had to move in with his mother himself. He watched her day and night, because she could easily leave the gas and water on, knock over a cupboard, drink, or eat something completely inedible. It was hard both mentally and physically. It was exhausting, taking up all his energy and time. Stefan couldn't work properly. No, sometimes he had to go to the capital. One of her friends looked after Amélie. But Stefan couldn't take advantage of her friend's kindness. He understood how difficult it was to look after a sick person for 24 hours a day. Amélie still refused to move closer to her son. He couldn't drag her away by force. Even when she was healthy, she didn't like Paris. How will she accept a huge metropolis now that her psyche is so unstable? Doctors unanimously stated that it would be a huge stress for their patient, which would certainly provoke a setback in her condition. The only other option was a caregiver, but even here it was not so simple. She didn't like the professional caregivers Stefan had brought to her mother. Amélie was not shy in explaining her refusal. Stefan was embarrassed in front of these women, but they all understood the situation. He was desperate. For months he lived in his mother's apartment, looking after her day and night. In Paris, he had an accumulation of cases that required his participation and attention. The man did not even imagine how and when he would sort it all out. The well-being of his company, grown from a small firm, was threatened. There was no way out. Mother cannot be left alone. Caregivers she does not accept, and even afraid, beyond the doorstep they are not allowed. In the clinic to lie down categorically refuses. The way out was found by herself. One day Amélie returned from a walk in a good mood. Stefan had just been working, taking advantage of a few hours of freedom. One of his mother's friends, the faithful Kate, had given him a break. She lived nearby and often went for walks with Amélie. Stefan was immensely grateful to her for that. He opened the door with a smile to the two elderly women, his mother and her friend. Immediately he saw that both of them were almost glowing with joy. "What happened?" Stefan said with a smile. "We found a nurse for Amélie," Kate answered. Amélie, who was standing next to her, nodded. "How did you find her?" The man didn't understand. "On the street." You could say that Kate smiled. "There's just one little thing about it," Kate said, "literally a little thing. But don't dismiss it out of hand, because Amélie agreed to it. Can you imagine she chased everyone away, and now she's agreed to it?" "Tell me," Stefan said. "I'm intrigued." It turned out that the old women had met Trixie in the courtyard. She was walking with her son, a charming little boy of 3. Kate called him a little nuance. Amélie immediately penetrated to the boy, treated him to candy, chatted with him about this and that. Meanwhile, Kate was chatting with the child's mother, as she usually did with such chance encounters. "I told Trixie everything," Kate admitted. "About my problem. A close friend that we've been inseparable all our lives is in this state right now. Doesn't remember much. Often imagines herself as someone else, acts like a child." Trixie, the new acquaintance's name, nodded sadly. It turns out she had first-hand knowledge of Alzheimer's disease. The disease had made her once strong and energetic great-uncle a helpless and unstable man. Trixie shared her story as well, and Kate was at first horrified at what this young mother had to endure. And then there was a saving thought, a solution to a lot of problems at once. "Trixie is very young, younger than you," Kate said. "We've been through more hardships than any grown woman can handle. She's lived in the country all her life. She finished school there and came to the city to study economics. She was glad that she entered the university on her own, without connections and without money. She studied hard. I got a diploma, got a job in a small firm. I rented an apartment, supported myself. And she was very proud of it." Trixie said she'd always wanted to escape poverty. In the village, her family was poor, to put it mildly. She shared a cramped room with her 2 younger sisters and brother. Money was always in short supply. The girl had to work part-time from the age of 11 on the local farm. They did not starve, of course, but Trixie could only dream of beautiful clothes, technology, travel. The furnishings of the house were not pleasing to the eye, either peeling wallpaper, shabby ceilings, old furniture falling apart. Trixie wanted to live differently and thought that hard study would help her to change her fate. That's why she spent all her free time working on her textbooks. By the way, it was not easy, because as the eldest daughter, Trixie had a lot of household duties to clean the rooms, clean the yard, cook dinner, look after the younger ones. There wasn't much in the way of study facilities either. The only desk was always full of children's paints, plasticine, toys. The younger ones were always pushing around, making noise, distracting her with questions. Sometimes Trixie would climb into the attic with her textbooks and sit there, listening to the muffled sounds from below. It wasn't completely silent here either, but the attic was still the best place to study. Unlike her peers, Trixie didn't go to dances in the neighboring village or go out with boys. She listened, of course, to her friends' stories about their romantic adventures. Sometimes it was even interesting, like watching a movie or reading a novel. But for herself, the girl firmly decided first study, career, and then you can think about a personal life. It reminds me of my mother's fate, Stefan nodded. Mom was also from a village and from a large family. She also wanted to get back on her feet. She didn't care about her personal life. Did you notice that too? Kate smiled. Of course, I saw the resemblance right away. And Amelie wasn't just taking care of Trixie's baby. She was listening to her story with interest. I could see she liked the girl. And I liked Trixie too, modest, quiet, sincere. So Trixie graduated from the village school with honors and entered the university. She was given a dormitory and a scholarship. The years of hard study began. Studying was hard, but Trixie loved it. She took complex formulas and theorems as a challenge and always won in the end. During her student years, Trixie didn't pay much attention to guys either. She was a pretty girl, slim, tall, with elegant, huge green eyes, long hair the color of ripe wheat, a wonderful honey-colored skin tone. Trixie is still a beauty. Amelie smiled. It was the first time she had entered into a conversation since returning home. Beautiful, though life had not treated her well, but she'll be all right now. Yes, Trixie is a very attractive young woman, Kate confirmed her friend's words. And of course, when she was a student, she had her admirers. But the girl had made up her mind to finish university and get on her feet first, and then think about love, and went to her goal. Her friends offered Trixie other options to get a foothold in the city and live far from poor, to find a wealthy man and decide him. Only such methods were not for Trixie. She wanted to be sure of her well-being. And how can you be sure of it if your well-fed life depends on another man? Anyway, after graduating from university with honors, Trixie started looking for a job. And she found it almost immediately. She got a job as a labor economist in a local successful firm that installs air conditioners. The salary offered to the young specialist was decent, especially if to compare it with the scholarship, on which Trixie had to survive all these years. After all, there was nothing to count on the help of relatives. Her parents barely made ends meet. On the contrary, her mother and father had managed to instill in their eldest daughter that she owed it to them, that she had to support the family when she made it in the world. After all, they had raised her. Trixie supported them at first. She bought presents for the younger ones, transferred money to her mother's card. But when she needed help herself, the family turned away from her. Trixie, a young and very pretty employee, was immediately noticed by Ben, a senior manager of the purchasing department and the son of the owner of the company. The young man, of course, felt like a prince in the office. In fact, he was a prince. Ben had been surrounded by luxury since he was a child. He was used to the fact that all his wishes were always fulfilled. By the time he was 26, the guy had a beautiful life. He wanted something new, something unexplored. And then Trixie got a job with them, a modest beauty with huge eyes and a sharp mind. Of course, it wasn't her looks that interested the young man. No, he had dated both models and actresses. A pretty face was not going to catch him. Rather, he was attracted by the special charm of the young new employee. Her behavior, atypical of most girls, intrigued Ben. He wanted to solve Trixie's mystery, to understand her, to get to know her better. That's why he went on the offensive. And Trixie? She was just at the age when it was time to think about a soulmate. Most of her acquaintances were already married and raising children, and she wanted family happiness too. All the more Trixie thought that she had already achieved a lot. She had studied, worked, and supported herself. Trixie was tired of making her way through life alone. She dreamed of a close person, drew an image of a man to talk to in the evening, who would embrace her after a hard day's work. That's where Ben came in. He was very skillfully courting a young female employee. You bet the guy was a pro at it. Flowers, nice surprises, exquisite compliments, admiring glances. Ben knew how to surprise any girl, and was proud of the fact that he could find an approach to everyone. But he'd never met anyone like Trixie before. It was not an easy task, but it was even more interesting. In the end, of course, Ben managed to make Trixie fall in love with him. They started dating. The girl didn't realize that Ben was the son of the owner of the firm. If she had, she might have been more careful. Then she realized it, of course, colleagues at work, noticing that Trixie began a relationship with Ben, told her who his father was. But it was too late. Trixie had fallen head over heels in love. The girl could not imagine her life without Ben. He actually lived in her apartment, and Trixie was completely satisfied with it. The young people had been together for about 2 years. Probably Ben really had strong feelings for Trixie. Before, his affairs had lasted 6 months at the most. But here Ben wanted to take care of someone for the first time in his life. That's what Trixie had taught him, by the way. She cooked him delicious meals, took interest in his affairs and well-being, and didn't demand anything in return. On the contrary, when Ben gave her something, the girl was very touchingly embarrassed. Of course, the father eventually learned about his son's affair. At first, the man did not attach much importance to it. Ben was young, in love, well-to-do. The flighty young man was living his lifestyle. The wise father allowed his son to enjoy his youth, because he realized that if he didn't get used up in his youth, he would strive to go out all his life, all in due time. But the news that Ben had a serious relationship made him tense. It wasn't the right choice. A poor country girl with no family. She's probably hitting on the son of wealthy parents on purpose. She wants to take any chance she can to escape poverty. There are plenty of people like Trixie. But Ben is not a means to her ends. Ben, a young fool in love, doesn't realize he's being used. He says something about her purity and sincerity. He assures her there are no other girls like her in the world. No wonder, because Ben's social circle before he met Trixie was made up of spoiled girls from fairly well-to-do families, fixated on beauty, luxury, and entertainment. Probably this Trixie was wise beyond her years and realized how to behave to make a young man lose his head. Well, good for her, she did it well. Except she didn't take one thing into account. Ben has a father who won't let his son make a fatal mistake. The man decided to send Ben on an internship abroad. Out of sight, out of mind. The father knew his son well. Ben would have a new love there, then a second, then a third. Nothing at Trixie will work out, and it is necessary to act quickly, because such a clever girl to consolidate the effect may well get pregnant. And then she will have a powerful lever to siphon money from a rich family with the help of a child. It's a plan as old as time, but it's still as effective as ever. Anyway, Ben flew away across the ocean. Kate continued the story. Amélie listened attentively to her friend and shook her head. In her eyes, she clearly read pity for the main character of the story, Trixie. Just like in the Carlson cartoon. He flew away, but he promised to come back. He didn't, Amélie said. Just as the wise parent expected, Ben met the next girl of his dreams across the ocean and decided to stay by her side. His father even helped his son start a small business in another country so that he could support himself and his new lover. The man always backed up the only child, did everything to make his life bright, trouble-free, happy. But Trixie had no one to help her. The girl, unlike Ben, very soon found herself in a desperate situation. Soon after the departure of her beloved, Trixie suddenly realized that she was expecting a child. They did not plan to have children yet, so the news did not become for Trixie joyful. On the contrary, the girl felt fear Ben wasn't around and wouldn't be for a long time. The internship was planned to be long, so necessary for Ben's career. Trixie understood, but still felt pain and longing in her soul, not seeing her own face for so long. And then Ben had deleted himself from everyone's social media. Explained that it was work-related. The connection with him was almost cut off. Trixie felt abandoned and alone. She really missed her lover. The girl even began to save her paycheck, money for a trip to the city where Ben now lived and worked. And suddenly such news. Pregnancy, and the term was not small. Trixie hadn't noticed the obvious signs in time, too caught up in her longing for Ben. She blamed the malaise on stress, the delay, hormone imbalances. It had happened to her before. She hadn't expected to see 2 bright stripes on the drugstore test she'd bought just in case. The next morning, Trixie went to the doctor. I don't know if the test was wrong. Trixie was sent to the ultrasound, where it turned out that she was already in the 2nd trimester of pregnancy. The future mother was even told the sex of the baby, a boy. It took Trixie a long time to get used to the idea, and she didn't even think about abortion. First of all, it was too late. Secondly, even if the term allowed, she would never get rid of this child. Trixie already loved him, and loved him with all her soul. Too bad there's no way to contact Ben. He has no idea he's about to become a father. Surely Ben will be happy when he finds out they're having a boy. I mean, most guys dream of having sons. Trixie didn't know, and couldn't have known, that at this time her favorite man was already courting his future wife. A beautiful girl from a wealthy family, the union with which the boy's father entirely approved. No, Ben genuinely loved Trixie when they were together. The lad was quite honest about that, but his father was right about his son. The guy was characterized by his windiness and carelessness and couldn't stay alone for long. Trixie didn't know what to do, how to contact Ben. He wasn't on social media now. The guy's phone wasn't answering. He must have had to change his number. Strange that he hadn't warned her. Even weirder that he didn't call her himself. One day the girl plucked up her courage and went to the central office to see Ben's father. If anyone could tell her the truth about him, it was only him. It was not an easy step to take, but Trixie had no choice. Time was running out and the due date was fast approaching. It was impossible to survive on maternity pay. It was barely enough money for a rented house. And the baby needs a father, needs a family man around from the first days of life. Trixie can't handle a baby alone. So one sunny June morning, Trixie went to the office of the boss and owner of the firm where she worked to meet Ben's father. Upon seeing him, Trixie's stomach was already showing. The man had figured it out, Kate pronounced. He spoke to the girl rudely and ugly. He said right off the bat that she wasn't the first. Allegedly, she was pregnant by his son, and that he'd met dozens like her. He said that his son was in the middle of wedding preparations in another country, and that Ben wasn't coming back. When Trixie said they could do a DNA test, so there was no doubt about it, the man got angry. He thought Trixie was threatening him and said that if that test proved the child's parentage to Ben, he would condemn the grandchild and raise him himself. And Trixie would go back where she came from, back to her country hole. Anyway, Trixie left the office with nothing. She took a long time to digest the news she'd learned from Ben's boss he was getting ready to get married. Wow, how quickly he'd forgotten her. It was painful and hurtful, but Trixie had no time to sign. She had a lot of issues to solve, to find a cheaper apartment, to buy everything she needed for the baby, to put aside money for the first time, because she wouldn't be able to work for a few months. She had to survive in the conditions that fate offered. Ben's family would not even think about recognizing the child. The chief had made it clear, if anything, he would condemn the baby, and he would certainly succeed. He's got money, power, connections on his side. Trixie was no match for such a man. Trixie decided to stay out of the sight of such men. She was afraid of Ben's father now. She dreaded the prospect of being without the son she had grown to love with all her soul. Soon Trixie was hit with a new misfortune. She was fired. She was dismissed as a pregnant woman under the article incompatibility with her position. With such an entry in her labor book, and even with a small child in her arms, no employer will definitely not hire her. Ben's father was probably taking revenge on the one who had caused him so much trouble. Trixie had to rent a tiny room on the outskirts of the city and work unofficially as a cleaner until the birth. She couldn't have gotten another job anyway. Pregnant, and with such a record in her employment book, Trixie had a small financial safety cushion. The money she'd been saving for a trip to see her lover, but it had run out 3 months after little Edward was born. So Trixie went back to scrubbing driveways. She carried the baby in a carrier, carrying him from floor to floor to floor, down corridors, platforms, stairs, and at the same time singing lullabies or telling Edward stories. It was hard, but there was no other way out. The family, of course, didn't help Trixie's predicament. On the contrary, she received more reproaches than from Ben's father. She was called a disgrace to the family. Trixie, in dire need of support, was hurt to tears to hear these words. Her parents made it clear that she had disappointed them. They had hoped that their daughter would become a great person, help the family financially. And everything was going that way at first, and she dared to get into such a situation. Then the baby grew up, and it got easier, Kate continued. Edward is such a bright, serious little boy. He's just a baby. He helps his mother with everything. Trixie could work more now, and earn more money. So she and her son moved here from a bad neighborhood. Trixie rented a better apartment and continues to work as a cleaner. and at the same time is studying for a programmer on some free program. She's unlikely to be hired as an economist now, after this entry in her labor record. And there are more opportunities to earn money as a programmer. So Trixie's doing her best for her son. But it's hard for her to clean the entrances and study. You can see how tired she is. We feel sorry for her and Amelie. We're good judges of character. We knew right away that Trixie was kind and honest. But she'd had some bad luck in life. That's an amazing story. Stefan shook his head. Can we make a movie about Trixie's life? You don't know the most important thing, Kate smiled mysteriously. Your mom Amelie suggested a wonderful thing. She asked Trixie if she would be her nurse. She offered. Stefan wondered. She's good at it. I didn't realize it right away. I couldn't think of a better option. Trixie is honest, kind, and attentive. She'll talk to Amelie and remind her to take her medicine on time. And she's gentle, kind, smiling. And she has a good boy. She and Amelie hit it off right away. Amelie is like a child sometimes. They'll have fun together. Old boy Kate nodded. And Trixie, instead of scrubbing floors, will study in peace and look after your mother. It doesn't take much physical labor, and it doesn't take much time. And you'll offer her a good salary, of course. With what? See how good that makes everyone feel. Kate's eyes brightened up. She thought it was a wonderful idea. Amelie also thought it was a good idea. But Stefan was still hesitant to let a complete stranger from the street into the house. I don't know what she'd told the two old ladies. Maybe Trixie was a liar, but she had decided to give the old ladies a good talking to, and they didn't know what was what. How smart is it to fool old ladies, one of whom has such a serious illness? But I need to meet Trixie. Ask her a few questions, talk things over. She's going to work now, but she'll come by tonight, Kate said. I've got an 8 o'clock appointment with her. So wait, Trixie promised she'd come by. I'm sure you'll like her. The doorbell rang around 8. Stefan opened it. A young woman stood on the doorstep. Slim, pale, with a tired face but a shy smile. By the hand she held a little boy. Here he looked quite happy and confident. He smiled broadly at Stefan, looking him straight in the eyes. The man felt warm inside. This child was quite charming. Hello, the woman said. I'm Trixie. You've probably heard about me, haven't you? I'm here for a job interview. Come in, Stefan said with a reassuring smile, and let the guests into the apartment. All three of them settled in the living room. Amelie, having taken another dose of medication, slept in her room. She would sleep until about 9 o'clock. Then 2 hours awake, her medication, and then back to sleep, Stefan explained. Amelie has a difficult schedule and a very complex character, corrected by her illness. Not any caregiver could cope with her. I can barely manage myself. But Kate was confident Trixie could do it. I know your story, Stefan said, looking at Trixie. Her son was looking around with lively curiosity. Stefan liked having a child in the apartment. Somehow it made him feel lighter. Good, Trixie nodded. So you understand how much I need this job. I'll do my best not to disappoint you. Amelie and I have hit it off, Stefan smiled. It was surprising, because she had rejected so many professional caregivers. All of them had something wrong with her. Did she take to you right away? I think she's a wonderful, kind person, Trixie shrugged. I'm glad you think so. Mom has a very special schedule. She has to be on a strict regimen, taking her pills by the hour, or her condition will worsen. I also read to her twice a day, the first time a newspaper with news, the second time something from the classics she chooses. I see, I've already mapped out Mom's day for you. Can we start tomorrow? You're really taking me? A smile lit up Trixie's pretty face. Just like that. Stefan grinned. Two old ladies have made me such a spectacular advertisement. Trixie laughed. You see, that's the thing. I don't know if you realize that the baby will be living here with me, of course. With you and my mother. Stefan said calmly. That's out of the question. Thank you. The young woman's eyes expressed gratitude. I think she almost cried. Perhaps fate had treated her unfairly. If Trixie is so happy about this job, it's not easy to look after someone with such a disease. Trixie knows what she's getting into, and she's still excited about it. Trixie and the baby showed up the next morning. They didn't have much with them, just a couple of backpacks and a small travel bag. "Good morning," Stefan smiled. "You're just in time. Make yourself comfortable, get settled in. Mom will be up in an hour. I've written out her day in detail." He put the sheet on the kitchen table. "Good," Trixie nodded. "Oh, and if you need anything, call me any time of the day or night. I'm leaving for the local office right now. Now I finally have time for a full-time job. I'm staying here in my old apartment for a couple days. Of course. I'll visit you every night. I'll see how you're doing, and if all goes well, I'll go back to New York, but I'll stay in touch with you, of course." "Yes," I see. Trixie smiled. "Everything will be fine, don't even doubt it." And things did get better. Stefan, who was still in his hometown for a couple days, made sure Trixie was doing fine. Amelie looked happy. She was in an elevated mood the whole time. She liked both Trixie and her adorable baby boy. Trixie was happy too. "This job is a gift from heaven and a reward for all my toil and suffering," she told Stefan more than once. "It's a pleasure to look after your mother. We talk a lot. She sometimes recalls stories from her life, and it's interesting to hear about her years as a teacher. Amelie is very intelligent and sensitive, and she and Edward are very good friends. They can play together for hours, they can build constructors or draw something. It's good that everything is so wonderful." Stefan was genuinely happy. The apartment was now cozy, warm, and somehow attractive. Stefan came in the evenings to visit Amelie and ask Trixie how things were going, and then he didn't want to leave at all. But Stefan couldn't stay either. It would probably embarrass Trixie. "Everything's great," Trixie smiled. "Amelie and I are walking, reading, talking, even cooking together. Turns out she remembers a lot of recipes by heart. True, she can't always retrieve them from memory, but the insights happen while she and Edward play or draw. I study quietly. I can't tell you how grateful I am for this offer. It's a lifesaver for Edward and me." "I'm grateful to you," Stefan replied sincerely. "You make my mom's life happy, and you give me my freedom. I have to get back to New York. I have so much to do there." Stefan flew home with a peaceful heart. Immediately, he was overwhelmed by a mountain of problems. The business had gone too long without the owner's close attention. Stefan plunged headlong into work. The rubble was gradually getting smaller. Even breathing became easier. Every evening he called Trixie via video link. She would tell Stefan how his mother's days were going. Sometimes Amelie would come to the screen herself. Sometimes she recognized her son, other times she didn't. It was scary and painful. It must be impossible to get used to. Despite the treatment, the disease progressed. To top it all off, there were heart problems. Strong drugs had side effects on the whole body, but you couldn't do without them. Trixie took Amelie to the hospital, gave her pills by the hour, put her to bed on time, and looked after her. She seemed to genuinely feel sorry for the elderly woman who had suffered such a serious illness. Trixie helped Kate. Sometimes she was joined by other friends who lived farther away. All of them, like Amelie, had also grown to love Trixie and her son. Stefan rejoiced. He loved that his mom had an interesting and busy life. Doctors unanimously said that positive emotions can slow down the development of the disease. One day, a man named Stefan looked forward to those evening conversations with Trixie all day long. She was a remarkably bright and friendly person. As soon as she said a few words to him, he felt light and calm at heart. Trixie energized him with positivity and energy. She was also, without a doubt, a real beauty. Her eyes the color of birch bark, like two blue lakes, shone on her beautiful face. Now Stefan involuntarily compared the women around him. Many of them were good-looking, but they were spoiled by their haughty appearance, their deliberate capriciousness, their coldness, or, on the contrary, their excessive imposition. Trixie, on the other hand, was natural, lively, real, and incredibly kind. Stefan was glad to have such a person in his life. Sometimes the man came to his hometown of Houston to visit his mother. Now he always brought Edward gifts. It was so nice to choose cars, radio-controlled toys, robots, constructors and children's stores. It turned out that there were so many interesting toys now. It was even more joyful to see the boys' eyes light up with delight. Then they worked out together how to control another machine, and what actions can be performed by a cool robot. That was interesting too. Edward was really reaching out to Stefan. He must have missed the attention of a boy. Stefan understood Edward perfectly well. He was in the same situation himself, and so he tried to talk to him more during his visits. Trixie always prepared a festive dinner the night before Stefan arrived. The woman even involved Ami's grandmother in the preparation. She read on the internet that such activities are useful for people with her disease. Patients need to do some household chores for as long as possible, otherwise the disease progresses quickly and they become completely helpless. Stefan enjoyed talking to Trixie, not only about her mother, but about the life of this amazing woman herself. And Trixie seemed genuinely interested in Stefan's affairs. Sitting in the living room, they could talk for hours on end about everything, and nothing at the same time. Little Edward would pop up every now and then and insert his own lines, which both adults laughed lightheartedly at. Stefan loved those evenings with all his soul. Each time he wanted to stay in Houston longer, but business required his direct involvement. So the man returned to New York. One day, Stefan's former classmate Tom, who for a long time had been almost the man's only best friend, invited him to a wedding. Tom did not go anywhere, so he stayed to live in his hometown. He opened his own business here, in which he was very successful. Stefan repeatedly called him to New York, drawing him tantalizing prospects. But Tom always replied that he was fine at home. He wasn't attracted to the capital, so Tom got married. They decided to have a large-scale celebration with hired artists, a spectacular show program, dancing until morning, and of course he invited Stefan to the party. He of course agreed, put aside all his business, and came to his hometown. He was excited about the upcoming celebration and the opportunity to visit his mother and Trixie. On the eve of the celebration, Tom called Stefan and shocked him with the news. You see, friend, you don't have to come to the wedding alone, but with a girl. Why is that? Stefan wondered. Tom had never made such a demand before. Here's the thing. One of DG's relatives won't be able to make it. It's an urgent business trip. It's an influential person. But his spouse is going, and he's only letting her go on condition that all the men are with the ladies. Jealous. Otherwise he won't let his wife go. Now that's a tough patriarchy. Stefan stretched out. It's commonplace here in the province, so far, Tom joked. Not like what you've got up there in New York. Where am I going to find a girl? Stefan stretched out confusedly. I don't have anyone right now. Call one of ours over there. Kira, she's kind of divorced. I don't think anyone would mind going to a party with you. I mean, it's just a formality. Okay, I'll think of something. Stefan agreed. Don't worry, I'll be there as agreed. Pressing the reset button, the man thought for a moment. Why are you upset? Emily asked. Stefan flinched. His mother had been sitting next to him during the conversation, but she looked absent. It seemed to him that she was in her own world again. But Amelie seemed to have heard and understood everything this time. Tom says I should bring a girl to his wedding. I don't have anyone in mind. What do you mean, you don't? The old woman was surprised. Well, Trixie, invite her. It's good for her to get away. Trixie. But of course, as Stefan hadn't guessed right away, thinking about spending the whole day with her at such a lavish celebration, the man rejoiced. It was going to be a wonderful time. Trixie flushed to the roots of her hair when she heard Stefan's proposal. I don't know, she said. I don't feel comfortable. And Amelie and Edward. You can't leave them alone all day. Don't worry about Kate taking care of the family. I'll make arrangements with her, so I'll do it. Of course, Trixie said, smiling. It's probably been ages since I've been anywhere. Let's make up for it. Please, Stefan said. I'll be ready by 10 tomorrow, and I'll pick you up. In the morning, a complete stranger, Trixie, jumped out of the driveway. Stefan had never seen her like this before. She wore a flowing dress of a lovely emerald hue that suited her eyes. It fitted her slender figure beautifully, the wide satin hemline emphasizing her slim waist. The belt emphasized her slim waist, and her wrist was adorned with massive bracelets of dark green stones. All of these things Trixie had rented from her daughter Kate. Trixie's hair, usually gathered in a ponytail or a bundle, fell loosely over her shoulders. It was adorned with light curls. Trixie looked like a mermaid in this image, enchanting, beautiful, ethereal beauty. Trixie made light makeup, tinted her eyelashes, applied light pink lipstick on her lips. It all emphasized the natural beauty of her face. Stefan looked at Trixie admiringly. He didn't want to take his eyes off her. Yes, he had always seen that she was beautiful, but today he was still amazed. At the sight of this marvel you are. You look absolutely marvelous, Stefan said. He couldn't find the words to express his impressions of what he had seen. Thank you, Trixie smiled. And surprisingly, she didn't look embarrassed. As usual, she didn't avert her eyes. They pulled up in front of the old registry office. It was the only place in their town where marriages were registered. Parking was hard to find. Tom had warned them that there would be a lot of guests. Stefan took Trixie's hand and led her past the dressed-up people to the right hall. Periodically, the man said hello to someone he knew, but didn't stop to talk to them. He would have time for that. Right now, he didn't want to disturb the idyll. He walked with Trixie through the crowd and held her hand in his. People were looking at them, whispering. Stefan saw it and heard it, and to his feelings was added one more, the pride of having such a gorgeous beauty, a real mermaid, by his side. Trixie was looking around with interest. It was obvious that she liked everything that was going on. Then, finally, Stefan saw Tom. He looked very organic and effective in the role of the groom. Next to him stood the beautiful Digi in an obviously expensive ivory dress. Stefan knew her. She was a girl from their court. They had once considered her a boy, since she was 2 or 3 years younger. And now Digi becomes Tom's spouse. Congratulations, buddy. Stefan hugged his friend. He had to let go of Trixie's hand to do so. Thank you. And you too. Tom whispered to him. Your lady of the heart. She's beautiful. Why did you lie to me yesterday about not having a boyfriend? You two obviously adore each other. Really? Stefan was surprised. Do you think so? I don't think so, Tom smiled. And then there was a solemn registration of the marriage, a traditional trip with a photographer to the local sites and monuments. People were having fun and socializing. One by one, bottles of champagne were opened. Trixie immediately made friends with the bride. They joked merrily with each other and exchanged friendly remarks. The man relaxed for the first time in a long time. Tense work, problems with suppliers, anxious thoughts about his mother's rapidly deteriorating health, all of this had receded somewhere. He was having fun with his friends, laughing at the jokes of others and joking himself, enjoying the closeness of his beautiful companion. And she, it seemed, also felt in a pair with him organically and naturally. The first part of the wedding was over, and everyone went to the restaurant. There, the guests were waiting for a luxurious show program, a good host, spectacular numbers, dances, contests, delicious snacks. The man and his companion danced a lot. The girl moved quite gracefully and relaxed, certainly leading the dance. It was easy and pleasant to adjust to her movements. He did not like and could not dance, but he could not refuse his beautiful lady. The day flew by. It got dark outside the windows, but the holiday was not going to end yet. It was time for the next key moment of the celebration, the hunt for the bride's bouquet. All the unmarried were lined up in a row in the center of the hall. The girl did not want to go, but the man gently pushed her towards the others. The bride turned around at the girls, frozen in anticipation, and smiled slyly at them. It seemed to the man that she winked at his companion. And then the bride threw the bouquet to her. The bouquet itself flew into her hands. Applause broke out, and the host asked the man to come out to his lady. He approached the embarrassed girl and took her hand. She looked quite confused, so he put his arm around her waist encouragingly. Well, young man, said the host into the microphone. You see, fate has decreed that your wedding is next. Kiss the bride. The guests around began to applaud, and then also chanted bitter, bitter. You see, there's no other way out, he smiled affectionately at the girl. And he did what he had dreamed of all evening, kissed her. She was at first a little embarrassed in his arms, but then she embraced the man, pressed herself against him, and answered the kiss. Stefan wanted that moment to last forever. But sure enough, after a few moments, Trixie pulled away. She was looking at the man in a kind of frightened way. This is the most beautiful kiss I've ever seen, the host continued to broadcast. Everything is going to be great with you guys. Stefan led Trixie by the hand to the back of the room where there were fewer people. He wanted to say something to her, to cheer her up, to ease the awkwardness after the kiss, but he couldn't find the words. The man was overwhelmed with emotion. He suddenly put his arms around Trixie again and tried to kiss her, but she gently pulled him away. No, Trixie shook her head. "You're my employer, I'm a subordinate. I've had an office romance before and I know how it ends. I can't lose this job, do you understand?" Stefan nodded. Trixie had a right to distance herself. Only were they really just employers and subordinates. What about their heart-to-heart talks, the companionship that made both of them feel warm? What about that kiss, which Stefan was sure had brought pleasant emotions to her too? What about the hand in his palm? The rest of the evening passed without incident. Trixie was always there for him. She was also smiling at Stefan, taking his hand again. The man admired her, caught her glances and smiles, watched Trixie's graceful movements, and fought the urge to hug and kiss her again. The man realized he was in love. In love for probably the second time in his life. And Trixie seemed to sympathize with him too, but she was afraid. There was too much at stake for her in the event of another mistake. Stefan made no more attempts to hug or kiss Trixie. He was just acting like a good friend again. He didn't want their relationship to lose its ease, its naturalness. Let things go the way they were going. After the party, Stefan took Trixie home in a cab. "Thank you for a wonderful evening," the beautiful woman smiled at him as she got out of the car. "I'd never been to an event like this before. I guess I felt like Cinderella when I got to the ball." "I'm glad you liked it," Stefan nodded. Then the man went back to Chicago. And everything went back to the way it had been. Busy work, evening calls with Trixie, socializing with friends and coworkers. Only now Stefan thought about Trixie all the time. He remembered her green eyes shining with delight, her hair flowing down her back, the warmth of her palm in his hand. And of course he often returned to that kiss in front of the crowd of guests. That kiss had changed many things. It had made Stefan realize that he was really in love with Trixie, and there was no use in resisting that fact, and no reason to lie to himself. Except Trixie was afraid of getting burned again, and was holding on to her job very tightly. She had already had a situation in her life, when an affair with the boss's son had hurt her and ruined all her plans. Of course, the woman didn't want to repeat, especially since Trixie was now responsible not only for herself, but for Edward as well. But did she really think Stefan was capable of such meanness, that he could do to her what her old boss or his son had done to her? During the conversation over the video link, Trixie was on her usual behavior. She was friendly, cheerful, and smiled a lot. True, she'd been giving Stefan a lot of unhappy news lately. Amelia's condition was worsening. And it wasn't even about the main diagnosis Trixie shared. Everything was going more or less smoothly. The old woman was managing to look after herself. Her speech was still intact. Although the doctors had predicted that would have happened a long time ago, her heart was a concern. This morning she had another attack. I called an ambulance. They came, gave her a shot. I asked what to do to help her, how to relieve her condition. Because this is the third attack in a month. But they answered the same as always: what do you want? Age. Nobody lives forever. That's the answer, Stefan said. I'll get her into the cardiology center in New York. He felt sorry for his mom, who was clearly agonizing and suffering. He was also worried about Trixie. Stefan remembered well the indifference of the local doctors and their attitude toward elderly patients. And his heart was also gripped by fear of losing the person he loved the most. No, he understood, of course, that nothing lasts forever under the moon, but he was not ready to part with his mother right now. Stefan managed to get a consultation with a famous professor cardiologist. He won a place for his mother in the best cardiac center in the country and rented a special car for transportation of elderly and seriously ill patients. All this cost him some labor and took time. As it turned out later, there was almost no time. Even later, after the worst of it had happened, Stefan had chastised himself for dealing with all these issues instead of spending his last days with his mother. Trixie soothed him, hugging him, stroking his head like a little boy. Yeah, you're right, of course. How could you have known it would happen like this? I mean, you hoped for the best and did everything you could to get your mom fixed. It didn't work. Not in time, she said. When everything was almost ready to move Amelie to New York, Stefan received a phone call from Trixie at an odd hour. The man immediately knew he was in trouble. Usually they communicated in the evenings, and then suddenly there was a call in the morning. Something had obviously happened. "Amélie's in intensive care," Trixie said in a broken voice. It was obvious she could barely contain her sobs. She'd gotten sick last night. "I thought it was another attack, called the ambulance, and there was a heart attack. She's in serious condition, needing intensive care. So we can't move her. We can only rely on the professionalism of the local doctors." Stefan wanted to fly home, to sit by his sick mother's bed, to talk to her. But Trixie said that Amelie was in a coma, and there was no need for an emergency visit. Stefan obeyed Trixie. He finished all the important things at work. Immediately after that, he packed up and went to his hometown. The man lived here for about a week, stayed in his apartment. It was hard for him to return to the house, where his mom was not there now. And he didn't want to see Trixie. She shouldn't have seen him so upset, so scared, so helpless. The man had been in touch with the doctors the whole time. He'd procured the necessary medications and even equipment for her mom, constantly inquired about her well-being, brought the best doctors to the hospital. But Amelie's condition, despite all these efforts, remained stably serious. And then suddenly that call at 6 in the morning. Yes, Stefan understood that his mother was between life and death for a week, but to the last he hoped for a favorable outcome. He believed, like a child, in a miracle. The doctor's words that morning came as a surprise and a heavy blow to the man. Through the pain, tears, and despair, another, seemingly inappropriate thought took shape in his head. What about Trixie? After all we had in common was Amelie. Now that Mom is gone, Trixie and little Edward will be out of my life too. The realization made Stefan feel even more painful. On that day, he found the strength to go home. He had to find some paperwork for the burial. Trixie threw herself around his neck, hugged him tightly, and sobbed. "I'm going to miss her so much," she sobbed. Stefan cried too. He felt neither shame nor embarrassment. He was saying aloud what was tormenting him: his own guilt for not saving his mother in time, and his regret for not being with her the last few days before the heart attack. Trixie calmed the man down, made logical arguments, found the right words. 3 days flew by. The funeral, the wake, settling a mass of legalities, and the agony of getting used to the idea that Amelie was gone and would never be again. Trixie was there for him, helping, supporting. For Edward's sake, Kate had taken him in for the time being. "The boy doesn't need to see all this and have his heart ripped out," she said. "It's too much stress for a young child. Let him stay with me for a while." Trixie and Stefan agreed that it would indeed be best. Then the day came when Trixie packed her things and got ready to move out. She called Stefan and said, "Edward and I are leaving for a rented apartment. Thank you for such a great job and a wonderful time." "I'll leave the keys with Kate," Trixie said. "It was a pleasure to meet you." Stefan didn't know what to say to Trixie. He knew, of course, that she was going to leave now, but he hadn't thought it would happen so quickly. He'd hoped that Trixie and Edward would stay in the apartment at least until the end of the month. Suddenly they were leaving in such a hurry. The man wanted to beg her to stay, but he only wished her luck in her new place. He was too shocked by everything that was happening. A couple days later, Stefan returned to New York, and there he couldn't stop thinking about Trixie. He missed their evening conversations, wanted to see her smile, hear her voice, look into those bottomless eyes. One day he'd made up his mind, realized he couldn't go on without her, left everything behind, and rushed off to find Trixie and Edward. Stefan decided to start with Kate. She'd had a lot of contact with Trixie. Surely the neighbor would know where Trixie had gone. Stefan had tried to call her, of course, and more than once, but her phone wasn't answering. She'd changed her number or something. Then it turned out Trixie had dropped her phone in a puddle and had to buy a new one. So she decided to get a better tariff. She got a new SIM card. That's why Stefan couldn't reach her. Kate didn't know where to find Trixie, so Stefan had to hire detectives. They quickly tracked down the woman's location. Trixie was once again working as a cleaning lady. Stefan had gotten that information from his people. They even provided him with the girl's work schedule. That's why Stefan found himself at the right moment that morning near her entrance. The man noticed a familiar silhouette from afar. Trixie was coming back from work, walking slowly, enjoying, probably, the beauty of the fresh July morning. Stefan's heart raced. How would she take him now? What if she pushed him away again? What if he'd imagined that she sympathized with him too? Just wishful thinking. Trixie kept getting closer. Stefan stood up and moved toward her. She stopped, recognized him, and suddenly threw herself at him. She hugged him, clung to him, cried. Stefan smiled. Everything was going to be okay now. Trixie was obviously happy for him. I missed you so much. Trixie finally said, I was so hoping you'd find me. And you did. I couldn't help it. Stefan smiled at her. His heart heaved with joy. He wasn't wrong. Trixie really loves him. Remember when you caught the bouquet at the wedding? He said. You can't break tradition. How could I not find you after that? America is all about the kitchen. Dawn and dusk spread a cozy light on the girl. She couldn't sleep. Very soon the truck would arrive to take things away from the apartment Jennifer had been renting for almost 8 years now. She'd come here as a young, inexperienced girl. Just out of high school, just started university. Jennifer felt like a kid back then. Perhaps it was because her mother was still alive. Now Jennifer was a completely different person, an adult, knowing life, burdened with the baggage of experience. And she was even a little envious of her young, enthusiastic self. Then it seemed to her that only the best, brightest, most interesting things were ahead. At first it was so. Life in the city turned around. The girl spun a motley round dance of studies, new acquaintances, previously unexplored entertainment. It was fun. And then troubles fell on Jennifer's head one after another. She had to grow up quickly, take off the rose-colored glasses, struggle. Jennifer was born and raised in the town of Cedarville, located about 160 kilometers from the big city of Phoenix. Her childhood was just wonderful. Loving parents, numerous friends, faithful dog buddy, a mix of sheepdog and mongrel. What else does a child need for happiness? In the summer, Jennifer and her friends rode bicycles to the river and walked in the woods. In winter, the same company had fun riding down the mountains on sleds, or just cardboard and building huge snow forts. Jennifer always studied well. Studying was easy for her, and Mom was always there for her. If anything is unclear, will prompt, help, explain. Dad was often absent at work. He worked as a driver on the local farm. He took produce to the city, or, on the contrary, delivered something from the city to the owner. Jennifer's father grabbed any part-time job to bring home more money, because his wife, after the birth of his daughter, left work to deal with the child. So the breadwinner of the family was one. Jennifer was indeed a long-awaited daughter. Her parents hadn't had a baby for years. What only they did not do, and the holy places traveled, and healing springs visited, and to a variety of herbalists went. This is, of course, after the official medicine gave the future mother Jennifer sentence infertility. Doctors did not leave a woman no chance that she will be able to get pregnant. They advised to resign or take a child from an orphanage. Only then the couple decided to go the unconventional way: witch doctors, monasteries, healers. In the end, the miracle still happened. True, at the time of the birth of their daughter, Jennifer's parents were already over 40. Their peers were waiting for grandchildren, and they just had a baby. Needless to say, the mother and father did not want to admire their little girl, could not admire her. Everything she did delighted and amazed them. Jennifer grew up with a sense of reliable rear behind her back, in an atmosphere of love and acceptance. When the girl became older, of course, she noticed that her friends' parents are young, beautiful, strong. Her parents are almost like grandparents. But Jennifer had never been stressed by this fact. On the contrary, she sympathized with her peers when she saw how their fathers and mothers treated them. Adults often yelled at the children, got annoyed, sometimes even hit, and called them names. Nothing like that ever happened in Jennifer's family. Her mother and father always respected their daughter's wishes and were very attentive to her. They asked how her day was, discussed Jennifer's problems together. The girl clearly knew home as a place where she will always understand, always support. This feeling was worth a lot. Her mother and father were happy that their girl was doing well in her studies. They set her up for further study at the university. They often talked to their daughter about the importance of higher education. Go, "My daughter," on the lawyer, reasoned the mother. "You will always have a piece of bread, and the work is important, respected. In a warm office we'll sit in. No way. I from early morning to the farm to stomp, then with frozen manure hands to deal with. Women's beauty, daughter. Physical work fades quickly. Listen to your mother, she's right," echoed her father. "Your head is well cooked, you will cope with everything." And this unconditional faith of her parents in the successful future of their daughter supported the girl, gave her strength, faith, and it began to seem that she, herself, of course, everything will work out. Often father and mother put their daughter as an example of the neighbor's son, Tom. He was a couple years older than Jennifer. A short, sturdy boy. Not handsome, like Betty, for instance, but very nice, very pleasant. Dark brown skin, dark brown intelligent eyes, thick brown hair. He looks very Italian, and just as smiling, friendly. Of course, Jennifer made up all her ideas about Italians from popular movies, and Tom looked just like their heroes. Tom was always different from the village kids. Instead of playing soccer with the boys, he spent his days and nights reading books from the local library. If it had been comic books, or even adventure novels, Jennifer would have understood. But the books Tom chose were strange anatomy guides and treatises on the structure of the human body. Sometimes Jennifer couldn't even read the titles of these books correctly, let alone understand them. Tom was the best student in school. He was especially distinguished in natural sciences, chemistry, biology. The boy often went to the city to the regional Olympiads in these subjects and never returned without a prize. No one was surprised when Tom entered the academy after finishing school, but not to the local nearest university, located in Agapov, but to the capital's university. Tom's parents were happy to share their son's success with the neighbors. As a student, he had already assisted a distinguished surgeon and written some important and complex work. In general, appreciated their pine Tom metropolitan luminaries. Jennifer was both happy for her neighbor and a little sad. Tommy flew up so high you can't reach him. Jennifer liked that guy. Except she never admitted it to him. First of all, she was too young for him. Secondly, that's the last thing you want to do. Hang yourself on a guy's neck. Jennifer's not like that. What was Jennifer's attraction to the boy next door? Well, for one thing, his kind and intelligent eyes. And then there was his calm demeanor, his inner strength and confidence. Tom seemed to know exactly what to do in any given situation. Tom was very different from the rest of the boys. It's just a pity that he didn't pay any attention to girls at all. He was always busy just studying. But sometimes he and Jennifer would talk. They lived near each other, so they'd come home from school together. They'd meet each other on the way home from the store, too, and they'd talk neighborly. They discussed, it seemed, everything in the world, the weather, what was happening in the village, cases and guys they knew. Sometimes they talked about world problems, mysticism and miracles. Jennifer had never had such interesting conversations with anyone. The girl would not mind to stop at the gate, to chat with Tom even a little more, but he always hurried home to his books and computer. Jennifer had never met such enthusiastic people before. These conversations were another reason why Jennifer was in love with her neighbor. Too bad he didn't need anything but his books in his life. It wasn't just Jennifer who liked Tom. There was something about him that attracted other girls to him, and they acted much more daring and uninhibited than the modest Jennifer. But all their attempts to attract Tom's attention were to no avail, and Jennifer quietly rejoiced at her rivals' failures and enjoyed their disappointment. Some girls, offended by Tom's neglect, spread rumors about him in the village, but no one believed them. Then Tom entered the university in the capital, left Sosnovka. He started a whole new life, and Jennifer realized she'd never see him again. The end of their friendship and interesting conversations. It made her very sad. But what could be done? Tom was held up as an example to all the Sosnovsky children, not just Jennifer. His name had become almost a household name. Study like Tom, then you'll get somewhere in life. Perhaps Tom, caught up in the whirlwind of his new life, never thought of his neighbors, but they often talked about him. The years flew by, and now Jennifer was a senior. The joyful event receiving a red certificate was overshadowed by the fact that the girl's father the day before went to the hospital with a heart attack. During the solemn line, at which the teachers spoke very warm and good words about Jennifer, he was in intensive care between life and death. Of course, Jennifer and her mother sat in the school auditorium as if on pins and needles. It was no time for celebration for both of them when a dear, beloved person was in such a state. Yes, this was not how Jennifer had envisioned this day. She had worked so hard, studied so hard to make her parents proud of her during the graduation. For the first time, the girl regretted that her mother and father were already so old. She used to be happy about it. Her adult parents were much more tolerant of her than her younger ones. But the situation with her father showed that elderly relatives are no longer distinguished by good health. Something could happen to them at any moment. My father spent all of June and half of July in a coma. He never learned that his daughter had enrolled in law school at State University. Then, at the height of the summer, Jennifer's father passed away in the hospital walls, never regaining consciousness. It was a huge blow for both the girl and her mother. But they were together, supported each other, consoled. Somehow they coped with grief, especially since they had a lot of things to do, and it distracted from sad thoughts. After the funeral, her mother and Jennifer together went to the city and chose an apartment where the girl was to live during her studies. It was a small studio apartment in an old 5-story building. The most fortunate thing was the location of the dwelling. The university was within walking distance. This meant that Jennifer would not have to spend every morning at the bus stop waiting for the right bus. A 10-minute walk and she was there. Jennifer was excited to be starting a new life. First of all, it's exciting and interesting. Secondly, it was easier to get over the loss of her father. After all, new experiences are distracting. Youth took its toll in the city. Jennifer recovered quickly, felt the joy of life again. She met new people. She even got a young man. Stephen, a student, took Jennifer to cafes and to the waterfront. They walked, holding hands, kissing. Their relationship was light, superficial. The girl understood it perfectly well. Neither Stephen had strong feelings for her, nor she for him, but both of them were satisfied with this state of affairs. It was customary to meet someone, so they met, expecting nothing special from this unburdensome relationship. Jennifer became friends with Jacqueline. She was at the same university, but in a different department. Some of the girls' lectures were held together. Jacqueline somehow forgot her fountain pen. Jennifer had a spare. That's how they met. Jacqueline lived in the city with her parents and suffered from their overprotection. Mother and father, according to the girl's assurances, controlled her every step, pressured the grown-up daughter, demanded complete obedience. And it pissed Jacqueline off, Jennifer said. That's why Jacqueline often stayed overnight at Jennifer's house in spite of her parents. I envy you. You live alone. No one's bothering you, Jacqueline sighed. Jennifer shook her head silently. She didn't argue with Jacqueline, she knew she wouldn't understand. Jennifer herself was desperately jealous of her friend. Her parents didn't seem evil or abnormal. They simply loved their daughter and were not indifferent to her fate. And Jacqueline did not understand her happiness. And it's so great to have both mom and dad around, both young, healthy, energetic. The bitterness of her father's loss often made itself known, sometimes quite painfully, and my mom was troubling too. She had lost a lot of energy after the loss of her husband. Now mother often had headaches and high blood pressure. She tried not to worry her daughter, but she could see that her mother was not well. They often called each other via video call, and it was impossible to hide the painful appearance. When Jennifer was in her 3rd year of high school, fate dealt her another blow. Mom, Jennifer said. A stroke took her life. It happened right in front of her neighbor Samantha. She quickly called an ambulance, but the doctors were too late. Jennifer refused to accept this horrifying fact. Was she really alone in the world now? Another disadvantage of a late and only child is the lack of siblings. If her parents had had someone else, Jennifer would not have felt such an impossible emptiness inside after losing them. Jennifer was supported by the Clark family's neighbors at the time. They knew both the girl herself and her parents. It was these people who helped a confused Jennifer organize the funeral and wake. It was they who had suggested how to handle the inheritance. Jennifer was very grateful to them for that. But new acquaintances Stephen and Jacqueline turned out to be such a support. Stephen disappeared, unable to bear the weight of what Jennifer was going through. Because of the tragedy, Jacqueline still tried to distract her friend, but it was so pathetic and unsuccessful words and actions that Jennifer only got worse. Eventually, Jacqueline disappeared from Jennifer's apartment as well. You should probably be alone right now, shouldn't you? Well, you call if you need anything when you come to your senses, Jacqueline said. It was a rough patch. Jennifer had to pick herself back up from the ashes, but she got through it. Getting used to total loneliness was not easy. For a long time, Jennifer was drawn to call her mother to share the news or tell her about some problem. But slowly, Jennifer's life returned to normal. Now, instead of remittances from her mother, she received a survivor's pension. She was already an adult, but she was still a full-time university student. Jennifer was entitled to this benefit. The pension, together with the scholarship, allowed the girl to make ends meet, to pay rent, to eat, to buy the necessary things for her studies, to dress. Jennifer was graduating from the university, and her friend Jacqueline made different plans for the time after graduation. Some dreamed of traveling for a year, others thought of studying further. But Jennifer had only one option: to find a job. Immediately after receiving a diploma, payments from the state will cease, which means that Jennifer will have to provide for herself independently. Adulthood and responsibility were frightening. But where to go? You have to live somehow. Of course, Jennifer could not find a job as a lawyer. Who needs a lawyer with no experience? And her age and gender didn't play into Jennifer's hands. "You're only 22? The woman in human resources asked. "She's young. Now I'll take you, you'll get married, then maternity, then the second. And after that, endless sick days. We know the type." Other recruiters might not have been so frank, but Jennifer could tell from their looks and facial expressions. No one wanted to hire a young girl with no experience. Teach her, then pay her maternity and sick leave. Jennifer tried to convince her employers that she wasn't going to get married. She had no one. And she doesn't want to rush into having children. She realizes that she needs to get on her feet first. But it was all for nothing. As a result, the girl decided to lower the bar of requirements for future work. It is not necessary to work in a specialty. The main thing is to be paid. So Jennifer stood behind the cash register at the supermarket, replenished the army of specialists with diplomas, forced to work in unskilled positions. What to do? Jennifer Agapova did not have it so easy with employment. One could, of course, return to her hometown of Fleming. At least she had her own place to live. Jennifer often thought about her home. Life in Fleming is much more measured, quiet, understandable. Fleming is Fleming, not like Los Angeles with its frantic rhythm. But where do you work there? What, go to a farm? Jennifer can't do any of that. Hands aren't made for physical labor. And she can't do heavy labor. Jennifer wasn't used to country life. At least in the city, you could always get a job as a cashier. There are so many supermarkets growing everywhere like mushrooms after rain. Jennifer's own life seemed dreary and dull. Indeed, there was little joy in it. Early rise, a trip in a crowded bus to the other side of the city. Then the work was long, exhausting, monotonous. At the same time, it was necessary to be extremely careful, because any shortage was deducted from Jennifer's salary. But the hardest part was dealing with people. Jennifer was supposed to behave impeccably, politely, even with the most dissatisfied customers. So the girl had to endure rudeness and outright insults, accusations of distrust, slowness and other sins. Cashier. How do you put up with it? Jacqueline was indignant. If I were you, I would have left a long time ago. They were friends again, because Jacqueline was still fighting with her parents, and she needed a place to sleep after she proudly slammed the door. Jacqueline herself worked as an accountant at the firm her father had set her up with. His connections helped, because inexperienced accountants from the street, just like inexperienced lawyers, were not very popular. Jacqueline told Jennifer how hard the job was for her. You have to learn everything. You have to run on the parcels of the senior, listen to the comments from the bosses. Of course, Jacqueline had loving and caring parents, so she could not understand Jennifer. Jacqueline lived in her own pleasure, but her friend had to survive. Jennifer wished she had a strong male shoulder to lean on, a man with whom to share all the hardships of this lonely adult life. Reliable, wise, faithful. But where would one find such a man? Jennifer looked around carefully, but saw no one suitable. At work, she tried to court the loader Michael, a young, handsome guy who worked part-time at the mall after graduating from university. But Michael, he is not serious, and on such a one cannot rely. He has only partying on his mind and entertainment. The boy had time not only to court Jennifer, but also to pay attention to other girls. No, that's not what Jennifer wanted. Jacqueline, she really got serious. She met a young man at work. I think he was the head of some department. They were dating. This Phil took Jacqueline on dates to restaurants, complimented her, gave her expensive gifts. And then he proposed. Jennifer was genuinely happy for her friend. Only on her background even more acutely felt their own loneliness and worthlessness. Jennifer attended the wedding of Jacqueline and Phil. The groom's friends were looking at the pretty bridesmaid with interest, but they were all with their other halves, and Jennifer, as always, alone. One of these guests, Phil's buddies, Henry the First Think, looked tipsy. He trailed Jennifer down a narrow hallway, grabbed her with his strong hands, pulled her against him, and whispered in her ear, fuming the frightened girl with fumes of booze, obscene suggestions, literally begging her to become his mistress. Promised golden mountains, full content, only to keep everything secret. Jennifer forcefully pushed the rude man away from her. The mood was irrevocably ruined. Jennifer tried to get acquainted with men on the internet. She wrote at once that she was interested only in serious, long-term relationships with the prospect of creating a family. This probably cut off some of the frivolous candidates, but obviously not all of them. Jennifer had a string of unsuccessful dates. She could probably write an interesting book about them, or at least a big article. Maybe you're not acting that way, Jacqueline said thoughtfully, listening to her friend. There's no such thing as everyone turning out to be such assholes. It just doesn't happen. Her friend's words hurt Jennifer's heart. She wanted something else: support, understanding. And Jacqueline actually said that Jennifer was to blame for everything, that it was something wrong with her, not with men. Maybe that was true. Jacqueline would know. Jacqueline had everything worked out perfectly, both in her profession and in her marriage. She and her husband moved into their own apartment with a mortgage. Now she was expecting a baby. Jennifer was happy for her friend, who one by one made her dreams come true. And she hoped, desperately hoping, that she would one day be as lucky. For now, her life was chaos, loneliness, moneylessness, uninteresting, monotonous work. Then Jacqueline had a baby, and the friends began to see each other much more often. The young mother was tired, unable to cope with the baby. The husband, according to Jacqueline, she did not help her at all, she complained. And on my parents I am very offended. They themselves asked for grandchildren, and father and mother-in-law promised to help. But as soon as I gave birth, that's it. There is no one. Alone with a baby. I struggle like a fish against the ice, malnourished and sleep-deprived. And he's cranky. I can't take it anymore. At first, Jennifer came to help her friend with the baby once a week. The girl quickly learned to manage the baby. It turned out that nothing was so difficult. Jacqueline enjoyed her visits. She boiled the kettle, put treats on the table, and put the newborn in her friend's care. She'd go for a bath. Then Jacqueline started calling more and more. She had to go to the dentist or to the stores, and as always, there was no one to leave the baby with. So Jennifer put aside her own business and drove to her friend's house. She was tired to work, household chores, but she didn't want to refuse Jacqueline. The girl understood that her friend would definitely take offense. After all, Jacqueline was the only close person for Jennifer. She didn't want to lose her too. And in general, friends should really help each other. That's called friendship, right? In the presence of Jacqueline's husband, Phil, Jennifer felt uncomfortable every time. It seemed that he was unhappy with his wife and the fact that her friend was in their apartment so often. Sometimes young people quarreled right in front of Jennifer, and then the girl did not know where to go from shame. Phil and Jacqueline accused each other of the same thing: laziness, lack of support and help. Yeah. After all, before the baby was born, their family had seemed perfect to Jennifer. Maybe it was just an appearance, and then suddenly, out of the blue, another inventory of the supermarket's cash register revealed a huge shortfall. It looked like Jennifer was the culprit. The girl, hearing the amount of her debt, stunned. She even felt a little sick to her stomach. She didn't have that kind of money. She'd have to work for 6 months for free to pay it all off, without eating, drinking, or paying rent. So how come? Jennifer tried to justify herself to her boss. This is a mistake. It couldn't have happened to me. I count everything carefully. I mean, I've worked for you guys for so long. This has never happened before." The boss looked at Jennifer accusingly, distant. She was usually much more friendly to her, as if she were a long-time, trusted employee. "What do we do now?" Jennifer asked. What? Pay off the shortfall. Otherwise, you're looking at a criminal case for embezzlement or theft." "I don't know exactly how they classify that nowadays. Either way, you'd be in a lot of trouble." "But I don't even have that kind of money," the girl objected. "Maybe I'll pay it back somehow? I'll give you half of my salary. We'll pay it off gradually." The boss shook her head negatively. "The money should be in the cashier's office in the near future. We can't do it in installments." "But where will I get it?" "I don't know. Borrow it from someone or take out a loan." Jennifer thought about it. "A loan? The interest rates are insane. It would take the lion's share of your paycheck. Borrow? She probably couldn't borrow." Just at that moment, the phone rang demandingly in her jeans pocket. Jacqueline's number popped up on the screen. "I see. She had to babysit again." And then it hit Jennifer, of course, it's Jacqueline. A friend of hers had boasted more than once that when she went on maternity leave, as a conscious and intelligent woman, she had managed to build up a financial cushion just in case. "I'm sure she'll help me out of trouble. We're so close. Especially lately." And Jennifer? Of course, she'd try to pay her friend back as soon as possible. Only the interest wouldn't have to be overpaid. How much she takes, she'll pay back. It's a way out. "Lucky you." Jacqueline's tired voice echoed through the phone. The background was the demanding cry of a baby. "But I need to go away for a couple of hours in the evening. You come after work and sit, and I'll be there." "Thank you. You're the best friend ever." Jennifer had no doubt that Jacqueline would help her out. After all, they were almost like sisters. Jennifer herself helped her a lot and let her stay overnight when Jacqueline quarreled with her parents and proudly left the house, and babysat the baby as much as she could. Jennifer took it for granted that her friend would help her in a difficult situation, especially since she had the opportunity to do so. But when she heard the request, Jacqueline somehow immediately tensed up, her lips tightened, and she froze in her chair. That's the way it is. Jennifer summarized the story of the shortfall. "I'm in such a difficult situation. There's no one to help me. You're my only hope." Jennifer was very uncomfortable to address her friend with such a request, but what else could she do? "You see, Jennifer, there's no way I can help you out." "I'm sorry," Jacqueline said. "Why not?" The question came out of Jennifer's mouth before she had a chance to think about it. Of course, she felt she had no right to ask her friend such a question. "Why?" Jacqueline began to get annoyed. "First of all, we have a mortgage with Phil. You know, his job isn't always stable. So these savings of mine are being spent slowly. And then there's the baby, the diapers, the formula. You don't know how expensive all that stuff is." "I understand," Jennifer nodded. Her last hope for a favorable resolution to the situation melted away. Jacqueline is unable to help her. That's too bad. "So you can't babysit after this rejection?" Jacqueline asked quietly, her eyes downcast. "No way." Jennifer shook her hands. "How could you even think such a thing? Of course I'll babysit." "We're friends." Jennifer had to take out a loan. Her already modest life became even more austere. The girl took part-time jobs, spent days and nights at work. In her spare time, Jacqueline was also babysitting. Meanwhile, Jacqueline got a new car. The old car was worn out, and now Jacqueline was driving around in a foreign car from the showroom, new, glossy, beautiful, like a toy. Her friend described the merits of her new car without end. Jennifer listened, nodded, smiled, and tried not to think about how Jacqueline had assured her a few weeks ago that almost all her savings had melted away, that she and Phil were in need themselves. So Jacqueline could have lent her friend money, but she didn't. Well, Jennifer understood perfectly well that Jacqueline should not have given up her dream of a new car for her. It was such a personal matter. Jacqueline could do with her money as she pleased. She didn't owe Jennifer anything. There's nothing to be offended about. Jennifer wasn't offended. She still went to her friend's house in her spare time to help her with the baby. That way the girl felt like she wasn't alone. She seemed to have people close to her. Otherwise, it was completely dark. Summer, and the most beautiful season of the year, the golden fall, flew by quickly. The cold came. It was only then that Jennifer came to her senses. It turns out that she has nothing to wear. The old jacket has completely fallen into disrepair, and even a stain on it Jennifer planted. Something did not take it. In general, there is an urgent need to update the closet. And with what? Jennifer's entire salary was spent on rent and loan payments. She ate beets, bread, and the cheapest pasta and canned goods. How could she afford to buy new clothes on a budget like that? And yet you have to wear something, right? The solution, Jacqueline said, is to go to the flea market. What? Jennifer didn't understand. Well, there's one near the train station, where the fountain used to be, remember? People gather, sell used stuff. I'm sure you'll find something. Nothing to do. On her day off, Jennifer went to the flea market. Even the name flea market scared her away. It seemed that the things there would be so dirty and unpleasant that you couldn't even touch them. But Jennifer was wrong. The market looked nothing like she'd imagined it. Straight rows and tall stalls, just like a normal bazaar, and the stuff was quite decent. Dishes, clothes, toys, antiques. Jennifer looked at them with particular interest. It was like walking through a museum. Plastic dolls from her Soviet childhood, books and antique bindings. Someone was even selling a gramophone. A real rarity. But Jennifer was primarily interested in outerwear. And so she finally came upon the right row. There was a lot of stuff here. Brightly colored short jackets, good down jackets, even fur coats. But her attention was immediately attracted by the coat, elegant, stylish, beautiful, soft blue color. The thing looked like new, no scuffs, no stains, no holes. The size seemed to be just right. Jennifer looked at the salesperson. She was a woman in her 50s. Did you like the coat, daughter? She smiled. Try it on. I think it will fit you. I can see it once this thing is yours. And my eye knows it's already there. Jennifer tried on the coat and realized the saleswoman was right. The coat fit right. The girl even admired herself in the mirror. The saleswoman named the price. Jennifer could not believe her ears. It was just pennies. She could easily afford a beautiful coat. She couldn't even believe her luck. She was leaving the flea market in that sky blue coat. Suddenly it was cold, and she didn't want to put on an old jacket after the elegant thing. Jennifer felt different in beautiful clothes, more confident, relaxed, happy, finally. It seemed like such a small thing, but how does it affect her mood? Jennifer felt like everyone was looking at her and admiring her. Or maybe that was how it really was. A pretty girl with a slight smile on her lips, wearing a beautiful coat. People like that certainly attracted attention. Jennifer decided to get off the bus early and walk the stop. At the same time, to buy something tasty at the store on the way. Sometimes you could treat yourself once in a while. And at that very moment, when Jennifer was hurrying to the grocery store, she was called by a high voice, either a woman's or a child's. Girl in the blue coat. The girl shouted. Jennifer thought it wasn't her. But again, the girl in the blue coat. Jennifer slowly turned around. She saw a gypsy girl of about 15 at the empty bus stop. She was the one who'd called her. Tall, dark-haired, snow-white teeth, long black braids, decorated with some beads and thin ribbons, came out from under her shawl. The girl was wearing a short jacket and a floor-length skirt. On her feet were massive sneakers. Jennifer started toward the girl, but the girl took off and hurried toward Jennifer. Finally, they met near a lamppost. "Let me read your fortune," pretty girl said the gypsy. Of course, the girl was just trying to make money off her. But the young gypsy girl won't succeed. She's a bad fortune teller if she can't see that her potential client has no money at all. "I'm just telling fortunes," the girl said suddenly, her black eyes scrutinizing Jennifer. "For free. I'm rich. I'm just learning. I need to practice." Jennifer grinned. She couldn't help thinking that she was a young con artist, that she was just trying to get her teeth into her mouth to steal her purse. But then the girl would be in for a big disappointment. There was nothing there to take. "I see you don't trust her." The gypsy was a chatty girl. "All right, then I'll tell you a little about your past. Then you'll realize that I'm not deceiving you." "Well, tell me," Jennifer nodded. "Shall I give you a hand?" The palm of your hand? Can you read the palm of my hand? You cheer me up, girl, laughed the gypsy. These are all grandmother's fairy tales. What palm? I don't need a palm. I can see everything in your beautiful eyes. Well, I'm listening. Jennifer was relaxed for some reason. The girl was so nice and friendly that she has completely relaxed her interlocutor. I can see that your life is not easy. Loneliness. I see losses in your past. Serious losses, the gypsy woman said. Oh, they were people very close to you. Your parents, I guess, right? The fortune teller looked sympathetically at Jennifer, who nodded affirmatively. Surprisingly, the girl had accurately read her past. But you didn't give up, you didn't break, continued the young gypsy. You are strong, and you won't break. You have no one now, and you're sad. It's hard for you to be alone. Just know that your life is about to change. It's already starting to change. You just don't see it yet, do you? Jennifer looked at the gypsy with hope. Of course, she nodded. I can see it in your eyes. Soon you'll have money, lots of money. You'll forget about poverty once, and for all you'll be able to spend as much as you want. Oh, you'll be lucky soon. I wish I were. Jennifer smiled. I like your prediction. I can't wait. It will be soon, the girl replied seriously. I can see that you don't believe it, and you want to believe it, but you can't yet. You'll remember my words. True, it is not money that will bring you happiness. The main thing is something else. Later, a little later. You'll meet your man. He's already looking for you everywhere. He'll find you soon. You'll be happy. Oh, I see children. Shall I tell you how many babies you'll have? No, I'd rather have a surprise. My grandmother used to say you can't tell people the whole truth. No details. Just generalities and innuendos. These prophecies of the novice fortune teller made Jennifer's soul warm, and tears began to gather in her eyes. There was a feeling that this gypsy just read her dreams and voiced them. Maybe it was the young girl's inexperience. She had admitted that she was a novice fortune teller. Maybe she just confused Jennifer's dreams with her future. That's all. No, I'm not wrong. Not that much ever, the gypsy protested. Jennifer even flinched in surprise. Had she read her mind? Goosebumps ran down her spine. When? When will all this happiness suddenly descend on me? Jennifer asked the question. Well, we can't say for sure, the gypsy answered. But we won't have long to wait. You know, I'll give you a hint, though it would be a very rude intervention, said the gypsy. But you will come to everything on your own just after a while. I'll give you a hint right away. Anyway, it's all about that new coat of yours. There's something in it. Take a look. Look for it at home. Pay attention. Wow. Jennifer smiled. What am I supposed to be looking for? You'll find out, the gypsy said evasively. I've told you too much already. You'll be all right. Don't be afraid of anything and believe in good things. All right, thank you, Jennifer nodded. The girl waved goodbye and hurried somewhere behind the bus stop to board. Jennifer watched her until the gypsy girl was out of sight behind the trees. Not that the girl believed the young fortune teller's prediction. No, of course not. And yet, at home, the first thing Jennifer did was to examine the coat, searching through the pockets, both main and hidden, and scrutinizing the collar. Then she guessed, she started probing the lining. And that's when her fingers found a rustling piece of paper. Maybe it's a big bill, Jennifer thought. The gypsy promised me a lot of money. Maybe the old coat was the old owner's stash. I could really use the money now. The girl carefully slipped her fingers into the lining of the coat so that it would be easy to sew it up, and extracted not a large bill, as she had hoped, but a note. A note, written in quick, messy handwriting on a scrap of paper. The thought flashed through her mind that it was an instruction manual for finding treasure. The gypsy woman had promised riches, but the content of the note shocked Jennifer. Please help. Read the girl. Don't think this is a joke or an evil prank. He has kidnapped me. He's keeping me locked up in the basement, making me fix old things that I think he's selling later. I'm in a village. It's not far from town. I don't know the name. But I managed to notice that there is a sign nearby that says 153 kilometers. I don't know what that means, the note continued. His house is somewhere on the edge of the village. It's always quiet here, no one lives nearby. Just behind the house is a forest or a plantation. I don't know what it is, he'll kill me like the others. Help me, please. Jennifer's breath caught. Her hands trembled. There was a pounding in her temples. Whoever had written this person was in danger, and in such fear that she didn't even want to imagine it. What was there to do? Jennifer had no doubt that the note was not a joke, but a real cry for help. And the girl made the only right decision, put on her new coat again, and went to the nearest police station. At first, no one wanted to listen to Jennifer. She was brushed off, sent home. The kids are just kidding around. You wouldn't understand, a pot-bellied policeman with tired, red eyes told her. Their jokes are so stupid. I have a lot of experience. Do you know how many jokers I've seen? But Jennifer stood her ground. The girl knew that the person who left the secret message had only her. Only Jennifer could save him or her from captivity. For we must act quickly. There was no telling how long the note had been in her coat. It is possible that it is already too late to do anything at all, but I did not want to think about it. Finally, one of the young operatives, Henry, agreed to take Jennifer's statement. Henry, you're a fool to take on unnecessary problems, his older colleagues told him. The operative listened to Jennifer, wrote down her statement, took the note from her, and walked the girl to the exit, promising that he would keep her informed. She was a witness in the case, and her presence and testimony would still be needed. The girl kept trying to find out from him on the way out whether he was not deceiving her, whether he was trying to get rid of an annoying visitor. The policeman assured her that everything would be all right and he would take care of it. Well, Jennifer had no choice but to rely on this young man. She had done everything in her power. Now it was up to them, the enforcers of the law. Not 4 days after Jennifer's visit to the station, she received a phone call from the very same operative, Henry, inviting her to a meeting. The girl even had to take a day off from work, although in her position it was quite frivolous to take a vacation at her own expense. Well, the policeman greeted Jennifer with a friendly smile. Thanks to you, a very high-profile case has been solved. Have you heard about Clark's daughter? Jennifer nodded. Who hadn't heard of her? Clark was a major figure in their town. Co-owner of the town's steel mill. He was also an MP, rich, famous, powerful. Every now and then there'd be a picture of him, a video of him. And about 3 months ago, a terrible thing happened. His teenage daughter went missing. A 16-year-old girl who'd never been denied anything. She was studying at a prestigious language grammar school, constantly vacationing abroad. The girl was assigned a driver and a guard. How come she disappeared? No one understood. Peyton was Clark's daughter's name, the operative continued. It was as if she vanished into thin air, disappeared in that brief moment when no one was watching her. On the way from the school gate to the car with the guard and driver. There were a lot of theories. Many believed that Clark's rivals had decided to influence him through his daughter. They carefully planned the kidnapping, took the girl away, hid her. Except for one thing. The thing is, no one ever contacted Clark. If his daughter had been kidnapped for ransom or manipulation, the intruders would have long ago voiced their will to the unhappy father, and those were silent. According to another version, Peyton simply ran away from home on her own, away from an influential father, controlling mother, from guards, drivers, and endless circles and sections. The child wanted freedom, a different life. Or maybe love intervened in the case in general. These versions people and social networks people discussed with particular eagerness, because this version of the girl's disappearance seemed the most romantic, reminiscent of a TV series or a movie. Clark searched for his daughter, but in vain. There was no sign of her anywhere. Peyton had vanished into thin air. The desperate father even put up posters around town, and he's been promising ridiculous sums of money for any information on the girl. Of course, Jennifer knew Peyton Clark's story and couldn't help but know it. So did she asked. Did Peyton write that note that was in my coat? Investigator Henry nodded and shone even brighter. We saved the girl. We did. She's alive and well. She's in the hospital now. She's exhausted and had a nervous breakdown. But that's okay. Daddy's going to make sure she gets a decent rehab. She'll be as good as new. There's some papers you need to sign. You have an important role in this case. You're a witness. It was your testimony that helped save that girl." Jennifer got chills down her spine. I mean, really, if she hadn't bought that coat and met a gypsy on the way, that's someone worthy of gratitude. If it hadn't been for the young fortune teller's words, there's no telling when Jennifer would have discovered the note under the lining. Or maybe she wouldn't have found it at all. Or maybe she would have washed the coat and the text would have blurred, become unreadable. The young gypsy girl was also directly involved in Peyton's fate. But what is it? Jennifer wondered. Had I encountered something mystical and inexplicable? Is it all true? Is there something in the world that is beyond human comprehension? But the girl decided to think about this thought later. Now she was very interested in the details of Peyton's rescue. What happened to the girl to Peyton? What happened to her? What happened to her? Why did she disappear? Jennifer asked. There must be such an interesting story there. The investigator pulled a pack of cigarettes out of his pocket and looked at her questioningly, saying if she minded. Jennifer nodded. From the looks of it, it was going to be a long conversation. But she wasn't in any hurry. She had a full day off anyway. The investigator's speech flowed smoothly and measuredly. He was a great storyteller. Young Peyton Clark was accustomed from an early age to having her every wish granted. He began. You want an expensive toy? No problem. A designer dress? No problem. Recording a music video in a real studio was also doable. The only thing the girl lacked was freedom. All her days were scheduled literally by minute studies, extra classes and sections. And Peyton was already a grown-up girl. She wanted love and friendship, freedom. She wanted to know the world better. And behind the fence of the mansion it so beckoned seemed so interesting, full of adventures and bright events. And one day Peyton ran away, slipped away after school from the vigilant guards and driver, waiting for her, as always, at the fence of the elite gymnasium car. Peyton walked, just wandered around the city, sat in cafes, met people, talked to street musicians, and even danced with them in the underpass, feeling incredibly happy and free. It was a wonderful day. Everyone around her seemed so kind, so friendly, and so real. Her father's words about man being a wolf to man seemed to be some kind of heresy. Peyton even decided that she understood more about life than her influential parent. He's so mature and serious, still hasn't figured out what's what. Not like Peyton. And then Peyton met a guy. She thought he was cute and very charming. He was tall, smiling, and a little simple-minded, modest, not at all like the boys Peyton was used to socializing with. They were arrogant and self-loving. But this stranger came up to her, introduced himself as Jaden, and gave her a few sweet and touching compliments. It made young, inexperienced Peyton dizzy. Jaden was carrying a huge backpack on his shoulders. He told the girl that he sold second-hand items at the market in the underpasses for a living. Peyton volunteered to help him. Jaden told an amazing story about himself. I grew up in an orphanage. I didn't know my parents. I had to endure a lot of things as a kid. And then as a teenager, I went through fire, water, and bricks and mortar. Peyton listened to chilling stories of poverty, street fights, and trying to find her parents. By evening, Peyton agreed to ride with Jaden to his house. He said he lived in an apartment in an old building on the outskirts of town. The girl already considered the man a close friend. Jaden skillfully put the new acquaintance at ease. Peyton sat down in his car, an old Lada that had outlived its useful life. Jaden offered her a sip of water. She gladly accepted. They had recently eaten shawarma from a stall, and now Peyton was thirsty. As soon as she took a few sips, everything around her began to spin at breakneck speed. Peyton clutched at Jaden's sleeve to keep from falling. She felt violently nauseous. Then darkness. Memories came back in snatches. Peyton opens her eyes and sees the car turn off on a country road at a pole marked mile marker 153. Jaden pulls her, powerless, immobilized, out of the cabin, hoists her onto his shoulder, and carries her into the house. Peyton notices that the house is on the edge of a long village street. Just beyond the fence begins either a forest or a plantation. Peyton finally woke up in the basement, dark, damp, but equipped with everything necessary: a bed, a bucket, a toilet, a table with a strange machine. Later it turned out to be a sewing machine. Jaden even taught Peyton how to use it quite skillfully. Jaden turned out to be the kind of freak you don't want to argue with. Physically strong, abnormal. Peyton tried to run away several times, but the younger man easily twisted and immobilized her. Beal. The girl realized that Jaden wasn't even hitting at half strength. Later came the realization that it was best not to cross him. Jaden. If Peyton didn't fight back, he wasn't doing anything wrong. Every day the kidnapper brought the girl lunch and dinner. In the evenings, the man asked Peyton to read him stories. It was strange and scary. A grown man listened to magical stories from a thick book with his mouth open in amazement. Jaden also taught Peyton how to patch up worn clothes. He sold them in the underpasses or at the market. Peyton saw that as the key to salvation. The girl was good, and it seemed that she hid the notes in secret places in her clothes, closed them in the lining, put them in a button, and only found them under the collar, nodded the policeman, who had already taken a second drag from his cigarette. Well done. If it hadn't been for that, she'd still be in the basement, or Jaden would have killed her by now. Peyton's not the first person to live in this basement. Turns out she had predecessors. Jaden's dangerous. Very. Taking girls, making them read him fairy tales, fixing the clothes he sells. I don't know where he got the stuff. Maybe he stole it. Maybe he scavenged. Jaden fed the captives, took care of them, enjoyed his power over living things. And then he'd get bored with the next toy. He'd get rid of it and go looking for a new one. What a horror. Jennifer whispered. She couldn't imagine the horror Peyton felt, being in the basement alone with that monster. Now you realize what a scary man you stopped. The investigator looked at Jennifer seriously. The girl noted that he somehow unnoticeably for himself switched to you, as if this story brought them closer together, made them, if not friends, then at least allies. Peyton wasn't the only one who did the world a big favor. She could have ignored the note, thrown it away, and that was the end of it, or given up when the station didn't believe you right away. I know that story, how they chased you from office to office, didn't want to listen to you. It's scary to think if you'd given up and left. Jennifer nodded and shivered. It made her uncomfortable to think of people like Jaden walking the earth. They didn't stand out from the crowd. You never know if they're just a man or a beast. Peyton's dad, Clark. He found out about you too, and he wants to meet you. Why? It's got Jennifer all excited. I think he wants to thank you, the investigator said. And don't you dare say no. You deserve it. It turned out that Clark was here at the station. He had something to sign, someone to talk to. Jennifer recognized him as soon as he walked into the office. She'd seen him so many times in photos and videos. Now she was seeing him in person. Clark silently walked over to Jennifer and put his arm around her. It was unexpected. He hugged her tightly, in a fatherly way. This powerful and important man was so simple and natural. They talked for a long time. First, Clark talked about the state he'd been in during those months when his daughter had been in the middle of nowhere. It was obvious that it was important for him to talk. Jennifer listened, watching, nodding sympathetically. Then it was Jennifer's turn to monologue. She told the man about her financial predicament, about the used coat and the gypsy. At first she was hesitant to let Clark in on such details. Maybe he wouldn't believe her, think she was crazy. But the man did. He believed in the gypsy and in her amazing clue prophecy. He too believed that he owed his daughter's salvation to something inexplicable, incomprehensible, in a word, a miracle. Clark's cell phone was ringing off the hook. The man was obviously in a hurry, but he wanted to talk to Jennifer in detail and thoroughly. "You're a good, kind, decent girl," Clark finally said. And Jennifer realized that their conversation was coming to a close. Most importantly, she cared. And it was your caring that saved not only my Peyton, but a lot of other girls who would have been after her. I'm sure of it, and I thank you. Of course. You won't need it anymore. The gypsy was right too. I'll close your loan debt today and transfer the amount to you. Of course, money can't measure my gratitude, but I like to think that I did something for you too. Clark kept his promise. Only an hour later, Jennifer received a text message on her phone from the bank. When she saw the amount on the screen, she couldn't believe her eyes. Having such a fortune was something she had yet to get used to. Jennifer's life changed dramatically after she became a wealthy girl. The first thing she did was to quit her job at the supermarket and look for a job calmly and thoroughly. Nothing was driving her now. was in poverty, so she could take her time. And she found a job. And what a job! First of all, it was legal work, which was Jennifer's profession. Secondly, it was remote. Thirdly, it was high-paying. Paradoxically, she'd started earning good money at a time when she didn't need the money at all. Clark's gratitude turned out to be not only a reliable financial cushion, but also the capital, bringing good bank interest. And then there was the paycheck. Jennifer could finally afford something she dreamed of for so long. She got her driver's license and bought a car. She got beautiful dresses, expensive shoes, and even jewelry. The girl thought about buying an apartment. She could afford any real estate in this city, but something stopped her. Jennifer wasn't sure she wanted to stay in Sport City. It had once seemed that having money was the key to a happily wealthy life, but it turned out that wealth was also somewhat of a challenge. Becoming wealthy, Jennifer was very disappointed in people. Close friends showed themselves not from the best sides. Jacqueline was the one who first distinguished herself. Of course, Jennifer immediately told her friend about what happened to her. Immediately after leaving the police station, she was so eager to share the extraordinary story she had been a part of. She was overwhelmed with emotion. Jacqueline took her friend's story badly and regretted that she had not been in Jennifer's shoes. She could use Clark's gratitude too. She'd been wanting a fur coat for a long time, a trip to the seaside, and the latest model of cell phone. Jacqueline's attitude toward Jennifer had changed. Her friend had become more attentive, alert, and polite. Now she often complimented Jennifer, and before she had only made jokes about her appearance and behavior. Jennifer realized with annoyance that Jacqueline was almost groveling before her as a rich and therefore powerful woman, belittling herself and elevating her friend to make her feel like a real queen. Why? The answer did not have to wait long. On New Year's Eve, Jacqueline, in a pitiful voice, ordered a gold set from a famous brand as a gift. Even sent her a link to it. It was, to put it mildly, unpleasant. Jennifer still gave the bling to her friend then. But since then, the girl tried to stay away from Jacqueline. It was simply disgusting to look into her insincere eyes and listen to flattering compliments. No, it didn't feel like friendship at all. Jennifer suddenly had an epiphany. She remembered how Jacqueline had used her. Their entire relationship had been based on the favors Jennifer had done for Jacqueline. First, she'd given her an apartment and written her term papers. Then she'd babysat Jacqueline's baby like a free nanny. Now the gifts. Jennifer felt so alone, so weak and defenseless. She needed someone of her own. Jacqueline took shameless advantage of that. But when Jennifer needed help for the only time in her life, when she urgently needed money to pay off a debt, Jacqueline had refused her, even though she could have borrowed money and delayed the purchase of a new car. Clearly, she didn't have to. But still, Jennifer did everything for her on demand. It was a very one-sided relationship. So now Jennifer tried not to pick up the phone when her friend called, and refused to have a friendly sit-down at the restaurant. These friendly meetings always followed the same script. Jacqueline ordered delicacies, dishes, and expensive drinks for the two of them. Then she would paint her unhappy life in colors, hinting at Jennifer to solve one or another of her problems. And after the bill was settled, of course, Jennifer would foot the bill. Jennifer now tried not to see Jacqueline and felt lonely and cheated. Yes, she had money, she had a good job. Now she could buy herself anything she wanted, but in a strange way, she didn't feel any happier. The novelty of the sensation was gone, and Jennifer felt the longing for her nearest and dearest people again. And there were none. The second part of the fortune teller's prophecy gave hope. Jennifer's happiness would be brought by meeting a man who was already looking for her. The young fortune teller promised love, marriage, and even children. Well, this man should probably be helped. The proverb that fate and fate will find behind the stove never liked the girl. Her nature was so active, energetic. What stove? In an effort to find her man, Jennifer went on dates with one of the cavaliers from the internet. She even had a long-term affair. Justin turned out to be sensitive and understanding. It was as if he read Jennifer's thoughts, anticipated her desires, saw through the girl. Later, it turned out that this was practically the case. Justin was one of the best graduates of the school, which trained professional catchers. They were taught how to properly communicate with wealthy women and achieve their goals through them. Jennifer was well aware that there were such educational institutions for ladies, but she was definitely not ready before a school for men. Jennifer closed Justin's loan and offered to help him herself. not realizing that she was being skillfully led to this decision, pushed. Then she gave Justin a motorcycle for the new year. This is the dream of her lover's speed and wind, the roar of the engine in her ears. The girl so wanted to make a loved one happy. Then she also gave him a considerable amount of money for business development. Well, of course, a man should feel like a breadwinner. Jennifer also rejoiced that her beloved now will be engaged in an important business, find himself. Nothing with the business did not work out, the money disappeared. Jennifer then calmed down the failed businessman, urged him not to get upset. Yes, Justin really turned out to be a worthy student. He'd managed to masterfully bamboozle his lady. It was costing Jennifer a lot of money. The money she'd gotten from Clark was melting away like snow in the April sun. One of her new co-workers opened her eyes to Justin. Jennifer shared her happiness with acquaintances, showed pictures of Justin, told a lot about him. The whole office knew Jennifer's young man in absentia. "Are not your handsome guy by any chance last night at the club rocked?" Chloe asked one Monday, the girl from work who always handed Jennifer the documents at the beginning of the week. Jennifer then had to process them until Friday at home. "No, Justin went to see his mom yesterday. No, she's in a regional town and she's not feeling well. So he visited her," Chloe grinned, handing Jennifer her smartphone. There was an interesting photo on the screen. In the semi-darkness of the club was captured a passionate couple. Stylish, handsome Justin was holding a bright, dark brunette against him, and it wasn't a friendly embrace at all. Jennifer, gazing at the couple, tried to find proof that it was not Justin, but just a young man who looked like him. But it was Justin that Chloe had captured. He was wearing a shirt, which Jennifer herself gave him an expensive, stylish, branded shirt. Jennifer didn't confront Justin that evening. No, she didn't want to ruin the illusion of family in a warm relationship so badly that she procrastinated until the last minute. Still, Jennifer looked more closely at Justin now and began to notice details she hadn't seen before. That's how the truth about her lover came to light. Justin is a professional womanizer who lives off women. Before Jennifer, he generally was a 55-year-old widow of a famous businessman met. For him, there were no moral values, love, and feelings. It was hard to realize this truth. Jennifer felt unwanted and used. Justin was only with her for the money. Apparently, Jennifer was nothing in and of herself. Clark's money was the only thing that made her attractive to both her friends and young men. Jennifer found the strength to kick Justin out. It had been a little easier, but still the heavy thoughts now followed her relentlessly. She couldn't trust people anymore. Her best friend had turned out to be greedy and mercantile. Her lover was just an Alfonso. Everyone wanted money from her. It was like Jennifer didn't even exist, like she was nothing. The city weighed on her. She had to socialize with someone, smile at people, and wonder every time whether this or that person really treated her well, or whether it was all about her money. In the end, Jennifer came to what she thought was a wonderful decision. She would leave town. What would she do here? Her job is remote. Twice a week, Jennifer will be able to go to the office Monday to pick up the paperwork, Friday to drop off the processed paperwork. That's more than enough. And Jennifer will live in the house where she grew up, where she was happy. That's where she belongs. That's where happiness is. It is necessary to pause life, to take time out, to be alone with herself and her thoughts. A measured, unhurried reality, silence, no hurry and no fuss. It seemed to Jennifer that all of this would help her to recover, to regain her composure and peace of mind. And now Jennifer sits on her suitcases waiting for the gazelle. This is the apartment she's been renting for years. She came here as a naive student, full of plans for a happy, bright life. She leaves as what? A successful, wealthy woman or an unhappy one? Lonely and disappointed in life? Jennifer didn't know how to answer that question herself. Her father's house greeted Jennifer with boarded shutters and an oppressive silence. It had been a long time since she'd been here. She missed it. She looked at the cobweb-covered corners of the rooms, remembered how clean and cozy it was. She sat in the deserted kitchen on a hard, cold stool, and in front of her mother's eyes stood New Year's Eve at a large table filled with all sorts of food. Parents, neighbors, relatives. The kids shuttled from the nursery to the kitchen. They liked to see their parents so cheerful, dressed up, happy. It was sad to see the house quiet, deserted, unkept. Jennifer got up, took a broom in her hands, and went into the hay to start cleaning. The girl decided to start there. Almost 24 hours Jennifer cleaned, the house became cozier, brighter, and at the same time warmer in her soul. She was finally convinced that it was the right decision to leave the city and return to Sosnovka. It was quiet and cozy here. Over the years of living with her parents, the house was imbued with a special, unique atmosphere. Wiping the dust off the shelves, Jennifer suddenly realized that she wouldn't sell it for any money. On the other hand, who would want an old country house? Still, Jennifer wouldn't even put it on the market. He's like a friend or a relative already. Over the course of the 24 hours, Jennifer has had several old-timer neighbors stop by. First, Aunt Chelsea stopped by. Jennifer noticed that her neighbor had grown older and faded in the years they hadn't seen each other. She was gray and dull. Where was her former bright and flashy beauty? When Jennifer was a little girl, Aunt Chelsea wore a long black braid and painted her lips with scarlet lipstick. "Hello, sweetheart, are you here?" Jennifer's neighbor smiled. It was nice to see that face from the past. "I'm here," Jennifer replied. "Not selling the house, are you?" "I'm just cleaning up, looking around." "No, I'm going to live here." "You're not." Aunt Chelsea shook her hands in surprise. "No way. I thought people said you were doing well in the city. I can understand Grace moving back. She's impoverished beyond belief. It's tough with the kids in the city all by herself. So she moved back to her parents' house. What's your problem?" "I thought people said you had a good job. Did they fire you?" "No, the job hasn't gone away." "No, I'm going to telecommute from home." That's what a lot of people are doing now. And I know that Chelsea said knowledgeably. A lot of people telecommute now. Still, it's better for young people in the city, so many prospects, so few people come back. What happened to you?" "No, Auntie, I just wanted to go home," Jennifer replied sincerely. All right, have a rest. What's it like at home?" "At home, the walls help. I'll bring you some lunch, or you can come over. You've got a lot of cleaning to do, no time for cooking." "Thank you very much," Jennifer smiled. And suddenly she felt so warmed by the thoughtfulness of it. It felt so good to be remembered and known here. Jennifer didn't want to disappoint Aunt Chelsea by telling her that she'd already ordered food from the city. Yes, there were now couriers to the outlying neighborhoods delivering food. True, it was a big order, and it didn't come cheap. But now Jennifer didn't have to worry about little things like that. Then Uncle Brandon, an old friend of her late father's, came by. He'd recently been widowed. You could tell the man was still reeling from the loss. They sat and talked, and again from talking to an old acquaintance who had known her as a little girl, Jennifer felt warmer in her soul. Slowly the girl settled in her home, got used to the fact that in the evening from work here does not come Daddy, and Mom does not rattle in the kitchen pots. Jennifer felt like she'd made peace with their loss years ago. But it wasn't like that in this house. It was as if she'd gone back in time to a carefree, happy childhood. And that time, as well as this place, was firmly associated with her parents. So she had to get used to the idea that they were gone. Jennifer worked from home. On Mondays, she would go into the city to pick up paperwork, then process it all week, and bring it back on Friday night. Her schedule was calm, measured. Usually the girl coped with the planned amount of paperwork for the first half of the day. Then Jennifer had time for the garden. Suddenly she loved to tinker in the soil. She enjoyed tending the beds, growing unusual varieties of flowers, decorating the plot with lanterns, figures of gnomes and frogs. Jennifer also read, a lot, sitting in the garden in a big soft armchair that she had brought here from the living room. She had never had time for that before. Now there was, and Jennifer was eager to make up for lost time, devouring one after another of the books she had long wanted to read. And bad weather was no obstacle to reading outdoors. If it was cold, she simply dressed warmly and put on a blanket. If it was raining, Jennifer opened a wide beach umbrella over the chair and enjoyed reading to the sound of drops on the brightly colored dome. Jennifer chatted with the neighbors' Aunt Chelsea, Uncle Brandon, Grandma Samantha. There were hardly any young people left here. The village was slowly but surely dying out. Sad. All of Jennifer's old acquaintances, her former classmates and high school buddies, had gone to the city. There were a few guys who drank heavily and had no aspirations. Even Grace, the one who, according to Aunt Chelsea, had given birth to a baby by someone she didn't know, and returned to her parents with her brood. Even she had gone to work. She'd left her children with her mother and father, and had gone to Los Angeles to build her career and personal life. They talked occasionally when Grace came to visit her children and parents. Jennifer remembered her as a pretty little girl, big eyes and a trusting gaze. Now she was a grown woman, a mother of 3. "I don't understand you," Grace wondered sincerely. "How can you voluntarily imprison yourself in this wilderness? I can't even stand it for a week. I want to go to the city. There is life there. There are beautiful houses and streets. So much fun, just to walk along the embankment. It lifts my spirits. This place is a shithole." Jennifer just shook her head. She couldn't explain to Grace how good it felt to be in the middle of nowhere after the city, where she didn't want to talk to people who saw her as a cash cow. Jennifer didn't want to be alone in a crowd again, hoping and being disappointed, always in a hurry, trusting and being deceived. She was seriously considering getting a cow, or at least a goat. It would be nice to have a living creature in the house, and such a useful one at that. Jennifer had a cat, of course. It came to her one day, as if it sensed the landlady needed it. "Are you lost, poor thing?" the girl asked and gave it milk. Mirka stayed. From a skinny creature, this cat turned into a fluffy peach-colored beauty. During the day she walked somewhere or slept on the street. But at night she came to Jennifer and curled up in her bed. The girl joked sometimes that Mirka guarded her sleep. And maybe it was really so. Dreams in the village were good. Jennifer seemed to feel peaceful, happy. And yet there was something missing. More like someone. Mirka is good, of course. She's a great listener. Only trouble is, you can't get an answer out of her. And in general, it's so great to be loved and cared for by someone, like all those brutal, handsome men in the movies and TV series, which Jennifer had been watching a lot lately. It's just a pity that all this doesn't really happen. Love, devotion, tenderness between people. Jennifer was not a little girl. She had seen and experienced a lot of things. She no longer believed in pure, bright love. Sometimes she wished she could. One day, towards evening, Jennifer was tending to her vegetable garden. It was the beginning of fall. It was a wonderful time, her favorite time of the year, when the heat was no longer patronizing, but the first frosts were far away. And nature was blooming with some fantastic colors, and the air smelled of wildflowers and watermelons for some reason. The evenings were already quite fresh, so Jennifer wrapped herself in her mother's warm sweater. Her hair was mussed, and she wore work galoshes on her feet. After all, she was going to the vegetable garden, not the catwalk. Another advantage of living in the countryside: no makeup, no hairstyling, no need to look flawless. But on this particular night, Jennifer would have preferred to be dressed more respectably. "Jennifer, you look beautiful," came a pleasant male voice from behind the fence. Jennifer thought about it, her mind drifting off, as it often did now. And then there was this response. The girl slowly turned around and met her eyes with the man whom she had considered the ideal man all her childhood and youth. Although he was not a man then, of course he was not yet, he had not come out in years. In front of Jennifer stood Tom, the one whom all the neighbors set as an example to their children. All grown up, tanned and smiling. Jennifer recognized him immediately, even though she hadn't seen the neighbor's son in over 10 years. How could you forget someone who had been the object of your dreams for so long? She could still remember her heart pounding at the sight of his bright blue t-shirt, flashing in the distance. Then the shirt had burned out, faded. But Jennifer still saw it from afar and hurried to that spot to catch a glimpse of Tom. Maybe even to say hello to him, to have a few words with him. Tom was like a heaven to her then. So handsome, so smart, and very confident in himself and his actions. Never had a word in his pocket. Always knew what to say and who to say it to. Tom went to the big city after school, went to university, and became a pediatric surgeon. That's what the neighbors said. He never came back to his home village. Tom's parents themselves went to visit their son and then moved to the city. The neighbors said that Tom bought his mother and father an apartment near his home. How lucky the Clarks are, the men said. The son has grown up to be a respected rich man, a professor, a doctor, and attentive to his elders. This Tom should now be in a big city and lead an active life of a successful man. How did Tom end up in this village? Here, near her fence, whoever, but him Jennifer certainly didn't expect to see. It was a fantastic moment, almost like meeting a miracle. Jennifer smiled, desperately hoping she hadn't gotten herself dirty, as she sometimes did. "You haven't changed much," Tom said as he approached the fence. Jennifer stepped closer to his companion as well. "You'll say the same," the girl smiled coquettishly. She knew she looked younger than her years. "Why are you here?" "I heard that your parents. Sorry to remind you." "Yeah, my parents are gone," Jennifer nodded. "I came here to live, to get away from the hustle and bustle of the city, to think about life." "I can understand that. Sometimes you wish you could run away to a desert island. Except my patients need me, and that's the only thing stopping me." "You're a surgeon, I hear." "A pediatric heart surgeon," Tom clarified. Jennifer involuntarily looked at his fingers. Slender, long, aristocratic fingers. You'd never guess that Tom had grown up in the countryside, and with those very hands he chopped wood, milked cows, and carried heavy weights along with the other village kids. "I'm a lawyer. I work remotely so I can afford to live here. So how do you like this life? Are you happy with it?" Tom looked Jennifer carefully in the eyes, and she simply could not lie in response. "Well, not everything, of course. Why are we standing here? Why don't you come in if you're not in a hurry? We'll sit on the veranda. I'll give you some tea with raspberry leaves. I thought you liked that when you were a kid." "I guess I still do," Tom smiled. He walked through the wicket Jennifer had opened. He hadn't drunk it for a long time and had forgotten the taste. They sat on the veranda under a rapidly changing sky. Jennifer turned on the lantern. Gnats and moths danced their eternal dances in its light. One by one, large bright stars lit up, the kind you could only see in the countryside. Jennifer wanted it to last as long as possible, for Tom to sit like this, talking in his sweet voice. He was so like family. Jennifer hadn't realized her childhood feelings were still alive. Maybe the only reason things didn't work out with other men was because she unconsciously compared them to Tom, and the comparison was certainly not in their favor. There were waves of warmth and acceptance coming from Tom. Jennifer could physically feel that he, too, was enjoying sitting with her on this veranda and talking to her as if they hadn't been apart for years. The man confessed, "You're the only person in the village who's ever been interesting to me. You were always so thoughtful and understanding." "I'm glad to hear that," Jennifer said sincerely. Tom talked about himself. He lived in the city. He spent most of his time working, teaching students, and studying. Yes, Tom was always learning something new, improving his skills, practicing with experienced professors and surgeons. The young man managed to achieve a lot. He already had a reputation as a doctor to whom appointments are booked months in advance. Tom coped with the most difficult cases. Moreover, he specifically sought out such patients. He liked a challenge. When Tom talked about his work, his eyes lit up and Jennifer smiled. It was obvious that he really enjoyed what he was doing. Tom had found his way, found his place in life. He had come to the village to finally sell the house. He should have done it a long time ago, but his parents didn't agree. It's like a memory to them, I guess. Well, I can understand them. They've spent their whole life here. "Tell me about yourself." "There's not much to tell," Jennifer shrugged. Her own existence seemed gray, uninteresting, almost meaningless against the backdrop of Tom's life. Jennifer lived and worked in the city, tired. "So I came here to rest and regain my strength," she said. "You're here alone? So you don't have any children?" Tom asked and was immediately embarrassed. "Oh, I'm sorry, I guess it was a tactless question." No, Jennifer smiled. On the contrary, it was somehow nice that Tom was interested in her personal life. "You're right. No kids, no husband. I'm alone." "Well, what are your years?" The man smiled. "I'm alone, too. I just recently ended a very strange and difficult relationship. Now I don't feel lonely. I feel rather free, or even liberated." The confession pleased Jennifer. The girl, of course, tried not to give herself away. She even had to avert her eyes so that Tom would not notice the impression his words had made on her. Jennifer realized at once what was going on, guessed by some inner instinct. The fortune teller's prophecy came back to her mind that true love would soon come her way. Her heart told her that this time disappointment would not follow. Everything would definitely be right now. Good, okay. Just the way it should be. Olivia froze in the doorway. In the hallway stood another woman's boots, and from the bedroom came suspicious sounds. A banal situation, described by many TV series and book stories. Except Olivia never thought something like this could happen to her. On woozy legs, she walked to the bedroom and opened the door. She wasn't wrong. Ryan, her common-law husband, was entertaining a long-legged girl with a mop of red hair in their bed. A lump immediately formed in her throat, risking a desperate sob. But Olivia decided she wouldn't give these two the pleasure of seeing her tears. She turned around and walked out, slamming the door shut. As she ran out of the driveway, she gulped in air, breathing hard and trying to calm herself down. But it wasn't working. Tears burned the skin on her face. "How could he?" she asked aloud. Some passerby even turned around, thinking the question was directed at him. But Olivia walked quickly away from the house she'd long considered her own. "I'll pick up my stuff tomorrow or another day," she pondered, calming down a little. Though somewhere in there, on a subconscious level, she already knew that she would never return from there again. Tucked into a warm scarf, the girl hurried to the nearest cafe as a snowstorm was beginning to fall outside. There were dark clouds, and the wind was so penetrating that it chilled her to the bone. When she entered the cafe, Olivia was horrified to find her purse missing. All she could scrape together in her pocket was a coffee. No money, now without the man she loved. Sad, she thought, taking a sip of flavored coffee. It was good that she slipped her cell phone into her pocket, or she would have been left without communication. When she managed to warm up at least a little, the waiter announced that the cafe would be closing soon. Olivia shivered, looking out the window. The blizzard was in full swing. It had been a particularly snowy and frosty winter this year. She couldn't go home. She didn't want to look at the man who had betrayed her, who had trampled on her feelings. In addition to the phone in her pocket was a bunch of keys, one of which was from the door of her office. A plan of action was outlined. So Olivia hurried to her hometown publishing house, where she had worked for several years. "Who's there?" an elderly security guard asked. "It's me, Olivia." "I'm sorry, old man. I didn't recognize you," she replied. "What brings you here at this late hour?" "Uncle Adrian, can I sleep in the study?" Olivia asked in a voice shaking from the cold. Adrian had worked as a security guard at their publishing house for several years. He was a kind and jolly old man. All the employees loved him very much and called him just Uncle Adrian. "Oh my God, of course it's Olivia," he fussed. "How can I leave you out in the cold? Come in. I'll put the kettle on. You're shivering. You could get sick." Olivia opened her office, took off her down jacket and took a cup of herbal tea, carefully brewed by the guard. She valued her job very much. Ryan was part owner of this newsroom. Who owned the other share, she didn't know. Ryan didn't like to talk about such topics. He'd only once mentioned that he'd opened it with a friend who'd sold his share to a big businessman. But Ryan was the only one who actually ran the publishing house. Olivia, who had graduated from journalism school, joined Ryan's staff. Later, she even became editor-in-chief. She managed to quickly gain authority and universal respect among colleagues, because often had to take on the responsibilities of Ryan, and not only him. She was always trying to help her husband. And although Ryan hadn't proposed to her, she sincerely considered them a family. And a stamp in her passport was a mere formality. "That's it, Olivia. It's over. The man you thought was the love of your life turned out to be a scoundrel and a traitor," she said out loud and laughed nervously. The image of the betrayal kept flashing before her eyes. After locking herself in, Olivia finally let her feelings out. After crying all night, she didn't sleep a wink. It wasn't until morning that she dozed off in her desk chair. She woke up to a noise in the waiting room. "Open up, Olivia. Open up," Ryan shouted, pounding on the door with all his might. Her heart raced in her chest. She didn't want to open it, but she knew she had to. Olivia opened the door and turned back to the window. Ryan walked into the office without closing the door, even though the employees were coming to work at that time. "Why didn't you stay home last night?" Ryan asked. Olivia stared out the window in silence. She was afraid he would see her tears. Well, no, and they won't give him that much pleasure, Olivia thought to herself, clenching her fists with all her might so that her nails dug into her skin. Olivia turned, trying to look at Ryan with a nonchalant look. "I didn't mean to distract you, Ryan. From important business," she replied. Ryan stared defiantly into her eyes, but what struck Olivia was the complete lack of remorse or guilt in his gaze. On the contrary, he smirked cheekily. "Don't get all hot and bothered, chick. I'm a man, a male, so I can't wait for you to make time for me. You're tired, or you're working or something. What am I supposed to do? Are you saying it's my fault you brought some girl into our house?" Olivia found it hard to breathe. She'd assumed anything, but for him to turn it around like this was too much. She decided to end the conversation and tried to leave, but Ryan literally pushed her into the wall. "Where are you going? Do you really think I'm just going to let you go?" he asked defiantly. "Let go, Ryan. It's over. I don't want to see you anymore." Olivia tried to free herself from the man's strong grip, but she couldn't. "Have you been thinking straight, Lucky?" Ryan asked with anger in his voice. "You're worthless without me. Remember the mess I got you out of? Do you want to go back to the swamp you grew up in before you met me? Without me, no one will give you a job in this town." Olivia was silent, trying not to cry. Yes, she had no family at all. Ryan was the only person Olivia considered close to her at the moment. Her parents had been gone when she was very young. She was raised by her grandmother, who also passed away not too long ago. He knows how hard she's been taking the loss, and now he's hitting the hurt. "It's too bad that in so many years I didn't see you for who you are," Olivia said. When she felt him loosen his grip, she broke free and ran away, unable to hold back her sobs. There was a huge black void in her soul that made her feel hopeless. After running a decent distance away from the publishing house, Olivia stopped. Thoughts were jumbled in her head how to live now and what to do. She didn't know. She didn't know. She couldn't go back to the way things were, and she had to move out of Ryan's apartment. God, how could he? There was only one question swirling around in the girl's head. The thought of inevitably having to go back to the apartment to get her things was frightening. What if she met him there again? That was the last thing she wanted in the world. Sighing heavily, she wiped away her tears and walked slowly along the streets of stores and cafes. She decided to come back for her things later, when she had calmed down a bit. Olivia tried to rethink her life. Where had she gone wrong? Why had Ryan started cheating on her? After all, he loved her. She could feel it. It was true that he had changed a lot lately. He was often irritable, rude, and constantly late for work. Now she realized that it was probably during this period that he had taken a mistress, maybe even more than one. Tears welled up in her eyes as she thought about it while she'd been doing her best to help Ryan with his work and support him. He'd been having affairs with other girls and then coming home and getting into bed with Olivia, as if nothing had happened. As she approached the flower store, Olivia froze for a moment, watching the men pick out flowers. This store was high-end, one of the best flower stores in town. Looking at her reflection in the window, Olivia smiled sadly. Staring back at her was a sad girl with eyes faded and swollen with tears and smeared mascara. Turning away from the window, she quickly walked away, immersed in her sad thoughts and not looking around her. Just at that moment, a man came out of the store with a huge basket of white roses. Without looking, Olivia flew into him with all the speed she could muster. Some of the flowers scattered and she fell. "You should watch where you're going," the man shouted at her. But he gave her a hand to help her up. And at that moment, when he touched her hand, something happened to Olivia that she'd been trying to forget all her life since she was a little girl. Her lungs burned, her head spun, and her chest felt like it was on fire. She couldn't get up. Her body felt like absorbent cotton, and her arms and legs were unsteady. Only in her mind, one image replaced another. Olivia saw the man standing next to her, burning in flames in a black car with license plate 545. It's like the flames are eating him up. He's screaming uncontrollably. As if feeling all of his pain on herself, the girl lost consciousness. When she woke up, the first thing she saw was the troubled face of the man from her vision. God, you scared me. God, you scared me. Do you need to go to the hospital? Let's call a cab, the man smiled amiably. I'd drive you myself, but I can't. I'm in a hurry. And he took out his cell phone to dial a cab. Please stay home tomorrow. You're in danger, Olivia whispered. You must have hit your head, and you still need to see a doctor, the stranger said. No, I'm fine. Olivia stood up and realized she was on a bench at the bus stop. Probably when I passed out, he carried me here, the girl thought. The man shrugged and walked toward a black car with license plate 545 parked on the curb. Wait, Olivia shouted and rushed toward him. The man turned around, looking at the girl running toward him. I realize you're probably going to think I'm crazy, but I'm asking you to listen to me. There is no way you are going anywhere in that car tomorrow. I implore you, please. Or your life will be in danger, Olivia wailed, grabbing his arm. The man smiled, clearly confused by what he was hearing. Would you go home, young lady? Are you really shocked? He turned and got into the car. Olivia sighed heavily. He didn't believe it. Of course she would have thought she was crazy too if she hadn't known about her gift. Trying to get her thoughts in order, she wandered toward Ryan's house. She had to get her things. Olivia had a small apartment on the edge of town that she rented out to tenants. She decided to call them and let them know that she needed a place to stay. Of course, she was sorry to kick people out who were also very decent. After all, they had been renting the apartment for a long time and had paid for it faithfully, keeping it in perfect order. But nothing could be done. She herself has to live somewhere. Having called the tenants and warned them, the girl hurried to get her things. The tenants tearfully asked for time to move. They had recently had a baby in their family. They even offered to pay a month in advance. After thinking about it, Olivia couldn't refuse them. And the extra money was a good thing right now. The closer she got to the house she'd been living in for the past few years, the heavier she felt. When she reached the door, Olivia tried to gather her thoughts, afraid of catching Ryan at home, or, even worse, alone with her mistress. But when she inserted her keys into the door lock, she was stunned to see that the key was spinning and wouldn't open the door. I even had to check the correctness of the chosen key. There was no doubt. It was the right key. It didn't fit. Olivia sat down on the steps and cried quietly. Ryan had already changed the locks. Why would he do that? After all, she hadn't cheated on him, he had. The girl sat like that on the steps until late at night, waiting for Ryan, but he never showed up at home. Olivia wondered what she should do and where she should go. Sure, she had an old house in the country outside of town where her grandmother had lived. But it was quite dilapidated even at that time, because her grandmother had saved all her savings to buy her only granddaughter an apartment in the city. What happened to it now? Olivia hadn't been there since her grandmother died. After thinking for a moment, she decided to go to work. After all, Adrian was on shift again today. He wouldn't leave her on the street. When she got to the publisher's office, Olivia realized she was falling off her feet. She knocked. There was the sound of the door opening. Olivia, I was told not to let you in here anymore. You'll have to excuse me, old man. Ryan ordered it, Adrian said in a guilty voice as he walked out the door. It's been like that since you left. He went off the rails, yelling at everyone. He told me to look for your replacement. But it's going to be hard for him to replace you. You've been pulling 3 jobs, Olivia asked with trembling lips. The guard sighed heavily. I don't know what happened between you two, but I can't leave you out in the cold. Come on in. You'll spend the night in my den. We'll decide what to do in the morning. Thank you, Uncle Adrian, Olivia said, sobbing. Her head was pounding, her heart aching with injustice. But as soon as her head hit the pillow, she fell asleep. Olivia woke up when the sun was shining, and there was a murmur of voices. She quickly cleaned herself up and headed for her office. To her surprise, it was open. Olivia hurriedly gathered her things, of which there were plenty. Most importantly, her laptop. Hastily throwing everything into her bag, she headed for the door. That's when Ryan burst into the office. What are you doing here? Who the hell let you in here? You were fired yesterday, he whispered. Don't worry, I came to get my things and get my paycheck. Don't worry anymore, Olivia replied. The man standing in front of her now vaguely resembled the man she loved. "Get out, but put your stuff back," Ryan shouted. Curious people started peering into the office, but it didn't embarrass him in the slightest. "But this is my personal stuff. And the laptop is mine too." "Are you out of your mind, Ryan?" Olivia replied, clutching the bag to her. At that moment, a furious Ryan raised his hand to hit her, but the receptionist stopped him in his tracks. "Ryan, the CEO is in the office waiting for you," she said. "You're lucky." "Now get out," he yelled. "I don't know why you're acting like this. Apparently it's payback for my loyalty and love for you. Just know that no one canceled the boomerang, and all the evil that you have caused me will definitely return to you. You'll see," Olivia said loudly and ran out of the office, wiping away her tears. "Charlie, I'm so sick of this. I feel like I'm suffocating with hopelessness," Charlie said, sitting in the big leather chair across from his friend Stephen. "Buddy, don't exaggerate. You're the envy of the world. Stable business, income, the best girls. Your Sue is a beauty, you can't take your eyes off her," Stephen said, smiling. "But I haven't enjoyed it for a long time. I want a real, sincere relationship. And all these girls, including Sue, are only interested in the size of my wallet." Charlie looked out the window thoughtfully. "Well, just the size of your wallet." Stephen laughed. "You were in great demand at school because you were always considered handsome." Charlie stood up and walked over to the huge panoramic window in his office. "Yes, it's true. He was always in demand with the female sex, and when the money came in, doubly so. The office of his firm was located in the largest business center, and the windows had a magnificent view. That was a prerequisite. Charlie was a true romantic at heart. True, he had to hide this feeling far away, so as not to be considered a weakling. After all, in business it's important to have grip, style, and toughness. Charlie owned a large media holding, which included the largest publishing houses and even a couple of television channels. "I met a strange girl today when I was buying flowers for Sue," he said quietly, staring off into the distance. "Was the girl so good that she blew your mind?" Stephen asked with a smile. "That's not the point. I didn't even get a good look at her. But I can't get enough of what she said. She begged me not to get in the car tomorrow. She said I was in danger." Stephen laughed. "Sounds like the dudes are really bad. You believe in fortune tellers now? And gypsies too? We have to go to an important negotiation tomorrow. Have you forgotten?" "Yeah, I remember everything," Charlie said. "By the way, we have to stop by that publishing house we bought 2 years ago. They're complaining about him, the manager says. He's out of control. There's a rumor that he's embezzling money. We need to get to the bottom of this." The friends said goodbye, and Charlie drove home. Sue met him on the doorstep. She threw herself around his neck and said sweetly, "You're finally home. I missed you so much. I've been thinking about you all day." And she hung around Charlie's neck and kissed him. "Sue, stop it. I'm actually tired," Charlie pulled away from her. "You're such a bore. Why did I fall in love with you?" Sue pouted playfully. "Did you?" Charlie asked, looking her in the eye. "What do you mean by that?" Sue started to get angry, and without an answer she continued, "You're always dissatisfied, always tired, as if you were some old man." Charlie went to his room, but before he got there he turned around and said, "Well, I'm not keeping anybody. If you're not satisfied, you know the way out, don't you?" When the door slammed behind the man, Sue was already complaining to her father on the phone. Charlie lay motionless on his bed and thought about his life. For some reason, he remembered his childhood, when he and his mother had lived together. It was probably the best time of his life. They lived in a provincial town, far from the bustling metropolis. His father left to conquer Chicago in order to earn money, but never returned. Mom worried a lot, but her son was able to bring up a real man. When Charlie graduated from school, his father suddenly appeared and offered his son to move to the city to study, promising to provide a good job at the end. As Charlie later realized, the father had already started another family. It did not work out, there were no more children. So the parent remembered about his own son. By this time his father was not a poor man, so he wanted to involve his only son in his affairs. Charlie didn't want to leave his mother alone, and his resentment toward his father was great. But his mother insisted he go. Finally, the young man gave in. After studying at university, he went to work for his father. And as soon as a little on his feet, he hurriedly separated from him and opened his own business, which flourished every day. Sue was introduced to them by her father. The girl was the daughter of a former prosecutor, and although the family was short of money after retirement, they had a lot of connections. Son, you can't go wrong with a hottie like Sue. The girl's the first beauty. Plus, she really likes you. And her father's connections will open doors for us. Charlie was enthusiastically urged by his father. And indeed, everything was going well at first, until Charlie began to notice that he was only acting in the role of sponsor. That there was nothing in common between them was needless to say. Everything was clear. His friends raved about Sue's beauty, but that didn't make him feel any better. Recently, she began to hint that it would be time to legalize the relationship, and his parents were pushing from both sides. Charlie was still hesitant to propose. Lately, he was leaning more and more toward the idea of breaking up. Suddenly, the image of the girl he'd met this morning came to mind. And for some reason, that memory brought a smile to his face. Taking out his cell phone, Charlie called Stephen. "Hey buddy, help me out. I'm going to my mom's. I've already made arrangements for today. I can't. I'm suffocating in my own house. Help me out." "Go to the meeting for me tomorrow," Charlie said. "Oh man, you're a piece of work. You've gotten so depressed," Stephen laughed into the phone. "But what am I going to drive? You know my car's in the shop after the accident." "No problem. Take mine. I'm going to take a cab to my mom's. I haven't been to her place in a long time, and I'm really looking forward to it." When Sue found out Charlie was going to his mother's, she made a disgruntled face. "I thought we were going to a club to unwind." "What are you doing in the middle of nowhere?" she asked. "This backwater, as you put it, is my hometown, the place where I was born, and with which I have many wonderful memories. It's also where the closest person to me lives," Charlie answered. "Maybe you'll take me too. I'll finally get to know your mother. We're about to get married, and we don't know each other." Sue made her usual resentful face. "No, go out with your friends." "I want to be alone," Charlie said, turning away and dialing for a cab. He knew that his mother wouldn't like a girl like Sue. She was a sensitive person, and she would know at once that there were no real feelings between young people. She'd always taught him to marry for love only. Sue fought a little longer, but without her fiancé's approval, she went off to the club. Charlie, remembering that he was going to visit one of his publishers, decided to go there. Early in the morning, he could not sleep for a long time. His thoughts were confused, and something was weighing on his mind. It seemed as if his whole life was going down the drain. Yes, he had no problems with money, but that was not enough. He just needed someone who would sincerely love and support him, and whom he would love. Once he tried to talk to his father on this subject, but his father only laughed. "Son, leave such nonsense to the foolish poor. In our world, only the right calculations bring happiness," said his father. "But didn't you and mother love each other?" Charlie wondered. "We did, and you see where it led. Domesticity quickly ruined everything," he said. "As I recall, it was you who ruined everything and left us for a lucrative party," Charlie grinned. "And as you see, it's been good for all of us. If I hadn't left, we'd still be living in poverty in the hole we were in. And now, thanks to me, you're a successful businessman with everything you want." My father stood up, walked silently across the room, and raised his eyebrows. "Don't tell me you regret it. Only foolish weaklings would say that, not my son," he said. Charlie struggled to keep from being rude to his father. He clenched his fists in anger, but he managed to restrain himself. He really didn't want to look weak in his father's eyes. All his life he had tried to prove to him that he could grow up to be a decent man without him. So he worked his ass off to build his own business and separate himself from his father. Yeah, the head start his parents gave him was priceless. That's why Charlie kept his mouth shut. That conversation had come up many times in Charlie's mind. Now, when he couldn't sleep at all, it came to mind. It wasn't until dawn that he was able to fall asleep, and soon the alarm clock rang. Remembering that he'd promised his friend he'd give his car to him, Charlie hailed a cab. 40 minutes later, he was already entering one of his editorial offices. But as soon as he entered, he heard screaming, and a crying girl ran past him, nearly knocking him down. In her, he recognized his recent acquaintance. The girl, on the other hand, didn't even look at him. "What's going on here?" he asked the receptionist. The girl looked around, fearing they were being overheard, and replied, "Oh, Charlie, there's something going on here. Ryan fired Cheryl. And she was the one who kept everything going. She's a great person, and most importantly, she's honest and helpful. And Ryan is..." The secretary's a little hesitant. "The staff dislikes him, you know." She waited for a reaction to her revelation. But Charlie didn't say anything, deciding to deal with Ryan as soon as possible. He didn't wait long. He came running a few minutes later. Charlie stared at the man. "What is it, Ryan? They made you editorial director." "There's a lot of complaints about you," Charlie began. "I don't know who told you the gossip, but we're doing fine here. And those who are spreading false information are probably either competitors or fired employees with grievances," Ryan said, looking at the general. "That's right. Your staff turnover has been off the charts lately. Can you tell me what that's about?" Charlie asked. The man sitting across from him was starting to annoy him. How to filter out the poor quality employees. "We only select excellent people," Ryan answered quickly. "I noticed that. Anyway, starting tomorrow, there's going to be an unscheduled audit at the publishing house," Charlie said. "You can go, you're free to go." The man left quickly, but Charlie could see that he was tense. After making a couple of calls to the central office, Charlie ordered the best specialist to be sent to the publishing house. Before he left, he requested the file on the wrongfully fired Olivia from Human Resources. Charlie took a cab to his mother's house. He thoughtfully stopped at the store and bought everything he needed, and the anticipation of seeing his mother made his heart warm and happy. The place where Charlie had spent his childhood and youth had not changed a bit since his last visit. Unfortunately, he didn't get there often enough to keep up with his busy schedule. After paying the cab driver, Charlie stood for a moment in front of the same 5-story building he'd grown up in. More than once he'd asked his mother to move in with him or buy an apartment in a newer, more modern building, but she'd always refused. Breathing in the scent of the frosty day, Charlie smiled and walked into the entryway. Cheryl wasn't expecting to see her son, but was very happy to see him arrive. "Son, are you okay?" she asked her son cautiously, and hugged him on the doorstep. "Yes, I'm fine," Mom, Charlie answered one-wordedly. "It's just that you usually give me a heads up." "No, it's not that I'm glad to see you, it's just that you seem upset about something. Tired of the hustle and bustle of the city. You want to go home?" "I haven't seen you in a while and I miss you," Charlie smiled childishly. Cheryl didn't question her son, though she could see that he was obviously puzzled about something. That night, for the first time in a long time, Charlie fell into a deep, restful sleep and slept until almost lunchtime the next day, having turned off his cell phone. When he turned it back on, the messages poured in, as if he'd been out of touch for a month. "Call me back right away." There were at least a dozen such messages from Stephen's friend. Among them were messages from Sue, but it was decided to deal with them later. Business was more important. Stephen immediately answered the call. "Where have you been?" It's just this. I thought something had happened to you. You've got everyone on edge," Stephen yelled into the phone. "Wait, what happened?" Charlie wondered. It turned out that Charlie's car had been in an accident and could not be repaired. In the evening, going to do business instead of Charlie, Stephen remembered that he had forgotten important documents in the office, so he asked the driver to go and get them. But he got into a terrible accident in which he died. According to the preliminary version, the car was damaged brakes and gas tank. The car burst into flames. "It wasn't an accident," the guys said. Stephen continued. "You and I were lucky. Too bad about the driver. He was a young guy who'd just gotten a job." Charlie quickly jumped up and started for home. "Son, How come you're leaving already? You're leaving already? I haven't had a chance to talk to you yet, Cheryl said, tears welling up in her eyes. I have to go. Mom, I'm sorry, I'll be back soon, don't worry. Charlie kissed his mother and ran to the cab. 3 days later, the official examination confirmed the speculation. Olivia had received a very small amount in the cash register, even though her salary wasn't that high relative to her employment and responsibilities. She had never asked Ryan to give her a raise. It was embarrassing in front of the staff, since everyone knew they lived together. It seemed to Olivia that by doing so, she was making a significant contribution to the overall family business. She loved her job very much. It was a shame no one ever appreciated it. At 2 on the cold train, time seemed endless, getting off at the right station. Olivia was being blown through the wind. It was a long walk. Calling a cab was useless. No car would go into the village in this weather. Pulling up her scarf and shoving her hands in her pockets, she followed the barely visible path. She was almost exhausted when the familiar village showed itself. Just a little longer, Olivia thought to herself, gathering her strength. Suddenly, she thought she heard a strange sound nearby. Olivia looked around and noticed a human figure lying in the snow. Cautiously approaching, she heard a man muttering. "What's wrong? Are you ill?" the girl wailed. The man said something, but Olivia couldn't make it out. Taking her cell phone out of her purse, she shined the light on his face. Paul. Oh my God, what happened? She recognized the man lying in the snow as her classmate who lived not far from her. They had been very friendly as children, and in their youth Paul had even confessed his love to her. After the grandmother reported that the guy went down a crooked path, began to drink. Now she realized that the guy was dead drunk. She couldn't leave him lying there. He'd just freeze to death in a blizzard like this. She didn't know who to call, and her phone was practically dead. Olivia looked toward the village. It wasn't far away. She couldn't get the man up. Tearing some bags and tying them together, the girl turned Paul over and laid him on top of the bags. That way there was at least some sliding in the snow. She just couldn't do it any other way. Her strength was leaving her, and her hands were starting to freeze without gloves. But after a couple hours, she was still able to drag him home. Knocked on the window of a neighboring house. Olivia saw Emily, his elderly mother. Together they carried him into the house. The woman thanked Olivia at length, trying to persuade her to stay the night. But Olivia hurried back to the house. The shriveled gate, the peeling paint, all told that the house was uninhabited. When she found the key in a secret place, Olivia sighed in relief. They always left it there with her grandmother. The house was cold and damp, and one window appeared to be broken. There wasn't much firewood up the stairs, but there should be enough for a few days. Olivia quickly stoked the stove and went looking for something to fix the window. There was nothing in the back room except a piece of old linoleum. Deciding to make do with it for now, the girl began to work. After a while, the heat from the stove gradually filled the house. Olivia lay down on the bed and fell asleep. She woke up to an unbearable pain in her hands. They were an unnatural color. Olivia realized she had gotten frostbite. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Emily stood on the doorstep with a basket in her hands. "Olivia, hello, Olivia. I'm sorry, old girl, I didn't get a chance to thank you last night until I put this one to bed. Did you run away already?" "I couldn't leave him out in the cold." Olivia smiled, embarrassed. "You can come in, but I don't have anything to buy you. I'll go to the store today." "To get some provisions?" "Yeah. Chiara, the clerk, won't open the store in this weather. The porch is snowed in, and there's no one to clean it. I've brought you some goodies. There's chicken, homemade eggs, milk, and cottage cheese. I've also brought you some herbal remedies. Let's have some tea." And the old woman put the basket on the table. Olivia took out the gifts and thanked her neighbor. Still, the world is not without good people, she thought to herself. "What brings you here, little girl? And what brings you here, and even in such bad weather? Your grandmother told me that you've settled down in town. Are you well?" Emily asked. "It's just the way things are," Olivia sighed. She didn't want to give any details. After she said goodbye to her neighbor, Olivia started cleaning and making dinner. The house was already warm enough. In the old trunk, among the many things, she found her old tracksuit that her grandmother had brought her. Her grandmother always put things in the trunk, repeating that everything in life could come in handy. How right was she? Remembering her grandmother brought tears to Olivia's eyes. It was as if she knew everything in advance. There was a reason why she was treated warily in the village, but at the same time she was respected. No one knew about her gift. Only her granddaughter. The rest of us could only guess. Her arms ached more and more, and her throat began to ache. In the evening, she began to feel feverish. There were no medicines in the house, only a decoction of herbs brought by a neighbor and some jam saved. Waking up in the morning, Olivia realized that she was even worse. There was almost no strength, the fever did not fall. The girl periodically fell into a dream. She dreamed of her grandmother and the carefree time they lived together. Her parents had died when Olivia was almost 7. The bus taking them to work had overturned and fallen into a ravine. Everyone survived except Olivia's parents. It was as if her grandmother had known in advance that this would happen. As an adult, Olivia once asked her why she didn't talk them out of going if she knew everything. "It is not in my power to decide the fate of people," grandmother answered. "We can't escape fate, no matter how bitter we are." Since then, they lived alone with their grandmother. The old woman took care of her granddaughter as best she could. She even managed to buy a small apartment in the city for her. The girl adored her grandmother, trying to help her in everything. Olivia learned about the fact that she also received her gift from her grandmother a little later, in adolescence. Visions were rare, but very frightened the girl. Olivia felt that everything was burning, but there was almost no strength to get out of bed. There was a knock on the door. Olivia tried to tear her head off the pillow, thinking that whoever was behind the door would definitely help her. The girl gathered the last of her strength and slowly made her way to the front door. The knocking was repeated. But opening the door, Olivia still could not see the guest, having lost consciousness. There were no numbers on the houses, nor were there any street names. Charlie had almost given up hope of finding his recent acquaintance Olivia. He knocked on one of the few houses with a light on, hoping to find out something about her. The elderly woman who opened the door let him in. "I only know of one girl named Olivia that you might be looking for," the old woman replied. "It's mostly old people and people like my son." The woman nodded at the man snoring loudly on the bed. The smell of booze in the room spoke for itself. "Olivia saved my father from starvation the other day. Dragged him on her back when she found him in a snowdrift. Please thank her again for me, please. I can't walk myself. I've been sick for 3 days. It's hard to get up." Now Charlie knew the direction in which to go. When he found the right house, he noticed that the door was covered with snow, and only the slightly dimmed light of the lamp showed that there were people in the house. No one answered the knock. It took more than one knock before Charlie heard footsteps. But the girl who had opened the door fell senseless. Charlie managed to pick her up and carried her into the house and carried her to the bed. The girl's face was dead pale. Her whole appearance suggested that she needed to go to the hospital immediately. Charlie dismissed the idea of an ambulance, for it would not be likely to get over such a rough road. So he decided to drive her himself. The SUV he'd borrowed from his father could easily overcome any snowdrift. Charlie wrapped Olivia in warm blankets. He gently placed her in the back seat of the car and drove to the hospital. At the same time, he called a doctor he knew and received instructions from him. Charlie carried Olivia into the emergency room in his arms. The doctors were waiting for them. "Separate room, medication, I'll pay for it." "I'll pay for it. I'm asking you to help her," Charlie asked. "Don't worry. It's our duty," the doctor replied and slipped the bill he had received from Charlie into his pocket. The girl was taken away, and Charlie was told that he would be informed of her condition as soon as the picture was clear. All the way home, Charlie thought of her. Not every girl would risk her health to save some alcoholic, he thought to himself. Amazing, touching, and so defenseless. That's exactly how she seemed to me, even though I didn't know her at all. Olivia. When she opened her eyes, Olivia couldn't realize where she was. It was only after a while that she realized it was a hospital. The room was modern, well-maintained, the kind she'd only seen in movies. Her hands were fully bandaged, and a vein was filled with medicine from a nearby IV. How she had gotten here was unclear. The nurse who entered smiled affectionately. "Come to your senses at last. Now I'll call the doctor." With these words, she hurried out the door. The doctor examined Olivia for a long time, asking many questions about her well-being. Of particular concern were the girl's hands. "Well, Olivia, the condition has been stabilized. The pneumonia has been stopped with medication. Of course, while you need to be under observation until the full recovery of the body. Rest," the doctor finished and left. Olivia stayed in the room with the nurse who was changing the drugs in the drip. "Your husband is a good man. He brought you in his arms, raised the whole staff. He got you expensive drugs. Any woman would envy you. Besides, such a handsome man." "Oh, sorry," the nurse faltered, seeing the serious look of the patient. "Husband, you say?" Olivia didn't understand what was happening. Recent events had been erased from her memory. It was hard to believe that Ryan could take care of her, especially after what had happened between them. But then who? The next couple days went the same way as the previous one's procedures, injections, medications. Only the young nurse periodically brought gifts given by her husband. Each time she spoke admiringly of him. Olivia was dozing when Charlie entered the room. She had looked different in 2 days, her cheeks flushed, and her breathing was even and calm. Charlie had learned from the doctor that the girl's hands were badly injured and required long treatment. During these days, he had managed to learn a great deal about her. He had studied her files, taken from the personnel department in the newsroom, and talked to her co-workers. He wanted to touch her hand, but was afraid to scare her. Olivia felt his presence and slowly opened her eyes. She whispered. "Hi, I'm Charlie. We never got to meet." Then he smiled. I'm sorry if I offended you. I'm sorry I said a lot of crazy things. You probably thought I was crazy, didn't you?" Olivia said. "That's the thing, no. I owe you one. You saved my life, you might say. I never believed in such things, but your words made me give up the trip. Your sincerity and persistence touched me. Thank you." Olivia was silent, unable to cope with the emotion, her breath hitching in her chest. His touch was like an electric shock. It was like something she'd only experienced when she'd learned about her abilities as a distant child. Olivia remembered how scared she'd been then. Her grandmother had calmed her down. She felt dizzy and slowly sank down onto the pillow. "You'd better rest for now and take it easy," Charlie said thoughtfully. "Do you want me to read to you?" he asked suddenly. Olivia nodded. The man sat down on the edge of the bed, pulled out a book, and began to read. Olivia didn't listen to the text, but his voice was so pleasant that it was hypnotizing. She kept silent, trying to get a glimpse of her interlocutor. Today he looked different from his first meeting. Then he was wearing a suit and a strict coat. Now he was wearing blue jeans and an ordinary sweatshirt. His hair was dark, medium length, neatly styled up. Charlie was smoothly shaved. The scent of his perfume was faint but very pleasant. Charlie came in every day. At first the conversations were few words and a little stilted, but in time they began to chat like longtime acquaintances. Common interests, views on life, sense of humor, and of course working in the same field did the trick. "How did you find me then?" she asked him one evening when Charlie was always around. He grinned. "It's a long story. I had to meet your former principal and get your address." "You talked to Ryan?" Olivia wondered. "Yes." Charlie immediately changed the subject, so they never returned to the conversation. "Olivia, good morning," she heard the doctor's voice. "I must tell you that tomorrow you will be discharged. The tests came back quite good. We'll give you a referral for further treatment at another clinic. Unfortunately, your hands aren't healing as fast as we'd hoped." The doctor said some more things, wrote some recommendations on a sheet of paper, promising to give all the other papers tomorrow at discharge, and left. The news of her imminent discharge, oddly enough, upset Olivia. She didn't want to go home. With sore hands, it was scary to get on with her life. Olivia realized she couldn't do it. There was no money to continue treatment at the clinic the doctor had mentioned today. The treatment she was receiving now, as she realized from the nurse's words, had been paid for by Charlie. This evening was the first time he had not come to see her. Olivia waited until after dark, but in vain. Sleep didn't come either. All sorts of thoughts popped into her head. After spending almost the whole night without sleep, in the early morning Olivia gathered her few belongings and went to the doctor's office to get her discharge papers. After picking up the discharge papers, the girl slowly made her way towards the exit. "Thank God, I thought I was late," Olivia heard a familiar voice close by. Charlie was standing next to a bouquet of flowers. "I'm sorry I couldn't make it yesterday. I got caught up in the moment. I had a lot of important things to take care of." "Sit down. We need to talk." Charlie offered to come into the hospital cafe and talk. Olivia almost threw herself into his arms when she met him. She'd never expected to see him again. When Charlie invited her to a table, he was slow to start a conversation. It was obvious that he was worried. "I talked to the doctor," Charlie began. "He told me that you need further treatment. And it's pretty serious. I don't think you should go back to that house in the village. It's practically uninhabitable. Getting from there to the city for treatments is unrealistic. And how are you going to support yourself at home?" Charlie paused. "I have an apartment in the city," the girl said quietly. "I know that too. I know that too. And I know you're unemployed because of Ryan." The man was clearly tense. "I have a business proposition for you," Charlie finally said. "I'm offering you a job and a place in my house." When he said that, he looked at her questioningly. "What kind of work?" "I don't really understand," Olivia said, confused. Her mind was a mess. "Olivia, you're an excellent specialist in your field. I'm sorry, but I had to do some research. I have a very interesting project in mind, but I need the help of someone I can trust. That person is you. I have confidence in you, and you have the experience I need. So far, only a very small circle of people know about it. We'll discuss the details a little later." Charlie covered the girl's hand with his own. "I have a big house. You'll have your own room and workspace. We'll go to the necessary procedures, so you'll get well sooner." He looked into her eyes. "Think about it, because it's the best way out of this situation." "I don't know." Olivia looked into his blue eyes and couldn't understand what was happening to her. After a brief pause, she finally decided to answer. "I agree." She thought to herself, whatever happens. She didn't want to break up with Charlie, after all. He smiled and exhaled a sigh of relief. Charlie nodded, and they headed toward the parked car. It wasn't a Jeep, but a dark blue executive sedan. "I've decided to change my image," Charlie laughed, seeing the question in his companion's eyes. It was a long way to their destination. All the way they talked casually, laughing and joking. But the closer they got, the more serious Charlie became. Finally, he stopped the car at the entrance to a private village. "Olivia, there's something else I'd like to tell you." Charlie paused. "Sue, my girlfriend, lives in the house besides me." That information hit Olivia like a cold shower. A lump formed in her throat and tears welled up in her eyes. "I understand," Olivia said in a shaky voice. "Don't worry, Sue doesn't know anything about work, so no one will interfere with your work." Olivia nodded silently and turned away from the window. Of course, she suspected that a man like Charlie was hardly alone, but deep down she hoped he was. They drove the rest of the way in silence. Charlie parked in front of a large mansion. He took the girl's things and gestured for her to follow him. The inside of the house was even larger than the outside, but to Olivia's surprise, the dwelling was quite cozy. She'd always thought such huge houses were like museums, devoid of coziness. But she seemed to be wrong here. They were greeted by a staff of 3, a female cook, a maid, and an elderly male manager. "Your nurse will arrive closer to evening and bring everything you need for your treatment. Make yourself comfortable for now." Charlie smiled and walked out. Olivia sat down on the edge of the huge bed and sighed heavily. The room was decorated in light beige colors and tasteful furnishings. It had a shower, a toilet, and access to the balcony. Olivia also found a door leading to a small office that had everything she needed for work. The girl looked at her belongings, of which there were very few. Putting on her home kit, Olivia decided that she needed to pick up her things from Ryan tomorrow. But how to do that, she didn't understand yet. Toward evening, a nurse actually came to see her, treated her hands, and gave her the necessary medication. It was obvious that the woman was a professional. She was also very pleasant to talk to, which Olivia was now sorely lacking. When she heard a knock on the door, Olivia flinched. It was the manager, whose name was Vic. The man invited her to come down to the dining room for dinner. Olivia put on her house slippers and followed him. She was really hungry, so she didn't linger at the set table. Charlie was waiting for her. He smiled welcomingly, indicating the seat across from him. "Can you forgive me?" he asked. "For what?" Olivia didn't understand. "For almost starving you," Charlie laughed. "It's good for a girl to go on a diet," Olivia said. "You don't need to do that." Charlie winked merrily, glancing at Olivia's figure. "I see you're having fun," they heard a woman's voice say. A girl was coming down the stairs, walking toward the dinner table. The cheerful mood quickly faded away. The girl came up to Charlie and kissed him. "Hello, darling. I didn't realize we had company. Why don't you explain?" she asked defiantly. "Yes, this is Olivia, my personal assistant. She'll be living in this house for the time being because of circumstances. And this is Sue," he said to the guest. But Olivia seemed frozen in place. She looked at Sue and couldn't believe her eyes. She had bright red hair and looked just like the girl she'd caught Ryan with. "Are you going to drag all the female employees into our house now? Or is this one special?" Sue asked cheekily. "My house, you mean?" Charlie replied calmly. "Olivia saved my life, so I owe her a favor. Would that be a good explanation?" "I'm sorry, I think I'll go to my room. I don't feel well." Olivia was heading for her room when she heard Sue's words. "God, Charlie, are you crazy? Look at her. What helper? Is that better in funny pajamas?" Sue laughed nastily. Olivia didn't hear the rest of the conversation. Her heart was racing. Maybe she was wrong about Sue. Maybe there were lots of girls with hair like that, and her imagination was running wild. A little later, Olivia had dinner brought to her room. It was late afternoon. She soon realized that she would like some tea. It was a habit she had had for a long time. She liked to drink tea before going to bed. They always did that with her grandmother, making delicious tea and having conversations. The only difference was that now Olivia was in someone else's house. Opening the door, the girl went in search of the kitchen. There was a dim light on in the house. That meant that everyone had probably gone to their rooms. Finding the kitchen, Olivia made herself some tea. There was a huge fireplace in the living room. The view from the window was breathtaking. Without turning on the light, she went to the window. The huge windowsill was just right. Olivia made herself comfortable on it and began to enjoy her tea. She thought of her grandmother at times like this, of the first time she'd met Ryan and how she disliked him. "He's not your man. Ryan's rotten inside, you know. Crying here with him," Grandma said. But Olivia, head over heels in love, didn't want to hear it. Ryan seemed like a prince from a fairy tale, her first love. After graduation, Olivia moved into his apartment. After renting out his one bedroom, Ryan got her a job in his newsroom, making her practically his right-hand man. As Olivia later realized, it was only that he shoved almost all of his supervisory duties onto her, taking advantage of her dependability and work ethic. And so it was. Olivia adored her job, doing Ryan's errands by day, and could spend nights writing articles and editing, fully immersed in her favorite business. To her, an inexperienced girl, such a family life seemed perfect. Immersed in her thoughts, Olivia didn't immediately notice the footsteps. "I'm not interrupting," she heard Charlie's voice close by. He was standing there with a cup of flavored drink in his hands. He was wearing a housecoat, his wet, mussed hair suggesting that he'd recently showered. She'd never seen him like this before. The man sat down next to her. "I can't sleep either," he said. "I like to sit in silence with a cup of tea before I go to bed, to think, to dream." "Me, too," Olivia sighed. "I also like to look at the night sky, at the stars. Evenings like that inspire me to do something new." Charlie smiled. You're an amazing girl, Olivia. I've never met anyone like you before. Tell me, how did you know I was in danger?" Olivia had been expecting to hear that question for a long time. "I don't know how I did it. My grandmother had the gift of foresight, or something like that. I guess I got it from her. But it was very rare, just a few times. She always said my visions were life-changing. That's it. There's no other explanation." "Thank you," Charlie whispered, staring intently at Olivia. The silence lengthened. "I think it's time to go to bed," Olivia smiled. "Are you trying to lighten the mood?" Charlie grinned. "Yeah, sure. Get some rest. Did you have a hard day?" Charlie said goodnight, but stayed in the living room. Charlie sat in a comfortable leather armchair in his office, drinking flavored coffee. Opposite him sat Stephen. "I don't understand why you brought her home." "Naturally, Sue is against it. It's normal," Stephen lectured. "Is it normal to help people, especially when you're in their debt?" Charlie replied thoughtfully, savoring his coffee. "How long have you been a philanthropist?" "I've never seen you do that before." "Wait a minute, maybe you liked that girl." Stephen laughed. "She's not a girl, but a very decent girl. Let's finish our conversation." "I'm very busy," Charlie gestured toward the door. When he was finally alone in the office, he thought. On the desk in the most prominent place was a photo frame of him and Sue together. They had been together for several years, but had never really become close, it seemed to Charlie. Yes, certainly Sue was a bright and showy girl, but... The cell phone lying nearby beeped. It was a message from Sue, reminding him of tonight's trip to the theater. In the hustle and bustle of the last few days, he had completely forgotten about it. He didn't want to go, but when he imagined how Sue was going to kick his ass after he said no, he decided to go. Olivia woke up as the sun came up. Her arms ached, but not as badly as before. When she went to the window, she saw Charlie heading toward his new car. He was wearing a business suit today, just like when she'd first seen him. As if sensing her gaze, he turned around and looked at her through the window. Olivia smiled embarrassedly and waved at him. The man waved back and got into the car. Today, Olivia decided to familiarize herself with the front of the upcoming work. But first it was worth a shower and breakfast. When she came downstairs, she found Sue sitting at the table. "God, you again," she heard herself say. "Darling," she turned to Olivia. "This is the dining area for the owners of the house, not the staff. Charlie's got you on loan to help with his work. So please eat breakfast with the staff and don't spoil people's appetites." Sue looked at the girl in silence. She had little doubt now that she was the one she had seen in Ryan's apartment. "What? Did I not make myself clear?" Sue shouted. "Sorry, I really should go," Olivia replied quietly, going into the kitchen. The cook made coffee and gave her some sandwiches. The girl took it all to her room, figuring she'd eat breakfast there. The residue of seeing Charlie's fiancé was not pleasant. But by immersing herself in her work, Olivia was able to distract herself from her thoughts. A knock on the door interrupted her. A maid brought in a huge bag and set it by the bed. "There you go," she said cheerfully and quickly disappeared out the door. The bags contained Olivia's things, but how? How had they gotten in here? After all, they were all at Ryan's house. Mentally, she had already said goodbye to them, deciding to buy her own things gradually. As she was going through her things, happy as a child, the phone rang. "Hi," she heard a familiar voice. "I hope all the things are there." "Hi. How did you do that?" "Nothing. I just called your former boss and offered to get all your stuff ready. Otherwise, he promised to fire me," Charlie said cheerfully. "Thank you." Olivia pictured Ryan's face at that moment and smiled too. Charlie wished her a good day and passed out. The girl put all the things on the shelves and continued working. She took her eyes off the monitor screen only when it started to get dark outside, and voices were heard downstairs. When she looked out the window, she saw Charlie walking out with his fiancée. Sue was dressed in a beautiful evening gown and her head was adorned with an elaborate hairdo. From the outside, the couple seemed just perfect. Two beautiful, successful young people. Olivia couldn't take her eyes off them. Charlie carefully placed his companion in the car without looking out the window, where a pair of attentive eyes were staring back at him. Her stomach reminded her that she didn't mind getting a refresher, since lunch had been skipped, so Olivia went down to the kitchen. Maid Jenny and cook Ciara, whom everyone in the house called Aunt Ciara, were already eating dinner. When they saw Olivia, they invited her to the table. "The master wanted me to tell you to be ready to go to the doctor's tomorrow morning," Jenny said. Olivia nodded. "An aromatic piece of chicken. Aunt Ciara, you're the queen of the kitchen. You've got to make something so delicious," she complimented the cook. "Oh, Olivia, thank you, my dear, for your praise. But not everyone is so happy," the woman grinned bitterly. "The owner's fiancé has been nagging me," Jenny explained. "The soup's not right, the food's too plain, too unadorned, or something else. And she's been giving me a hard time about breakfast. I don't know what to make." When the owner lived alone, he was always happy with everything, Aunt Ciara concluded. And when that witch came into the house, no one is happy. Jenny sighed heavily. "Listen," Olivia the cook said to her. "I've got this recipe for a delicious cold cake. The girls at work kept asking me to make it. I think it would be perfect for breakfast. I can share the recipe," she smiled. "It would be my pleasure, Aunt Ciara." Olivia cheered. After a little more chatting in the kitchen, Olivia went back to her room. Charlie and Sue came home at midnight. Olivia couldn't sleep, she was absorbed in her work, so she heard the sound of a car pull up. That Sue was cheating on Charlie was understandable. Except Olivia decided not to tell anyone about it. It was someone else's relationship, and she wasn't usually in the habit of prying, though she had a keen sense of justice. She'd been tempted to do it, but she'd stopped herself in time. Getting up early, Olivia got ready for her scheduled doctor's appointment. After applying discreet makeup and styling her long hair, she wore classic pants and a blouse, not forgetting her heels. There wasn't much time left, so she hurried to the kitchen so she could eat breakfast and help Aunt Ciara as she had promised the day before. Olivia did her job quickly, and it wasn't long before there was a full bowl of flavorful pancakes with her signature fruit sauce on the table. Now that everything was ready, she savored the flavored coffee, glancing at her watch, afraid to keep the driver waiting for her. Charlie showered, dressed, and went down to the living room, where Sue was waiting for him at the table. His head ached terribly. Last night had not brought the desired pleasure. Lately, going out with Sue had been stressing him out. They rarely ate breakfast together, so he was surprised. "Surprised? What made you get up so early?" Charlie asked. "I figured we didn't spend much time together, and eating together would bring us closer together. Besides, we're going to have to do it all the time after we get married," Sue said. The word "have to" hurt her ears. Charlie sighed heavily. "That's beer, coffee, and chewing horse. Where's Olivia? Why isn't she at breakfast? As far as I know, she should be up by now at this hour," Charlie asked. "Don't you think servants shouldn't be at the table with us?" Sue looked at her fiancé defiantly. "She's not a maid. I thought I told you she saved my life. So she's a guest in my house. And now I have to put up with this mongrel next to me. Have you seen the stupid pajamas she wears? How redneck do you have to be to come down to dinner in your pajamas in a decent house?" "Yes, I told her to eat with the servants and not to interfere with us," Sue shouted, unable to stop herself. That's right, Charlie pounded the table for the first time and raised his voice. "In this house, as long as I'm the boss, I'm the only one who decides who sits at the table with me. And if you don't like someone else's company, eat somewhere else." Charlie got up and went into the kitchen. He found Olivia in the kitchen, chatting sweetly with the maid and laughing merrily. He stood in the doorway for a second. Olivia looked different today. Strict pants and blouse emphasized the advantages of her figure, and makeup and styling made the image unusually gentle. "Olivia," Charlie called out to her. "Come on, we have to go. Today I'll take you to the clinic myself." The girl followed him in surprise. Sue, still sitting at the table, looked at the transformed Olivia with surprise and anger. "You look great." Charlie complimented her as they got into the car. Olivia smiled silently. It took them almost an hour to get to the clinic, and then they waited for the right doctor. When the doctor examined the girl, they were both quite tired and hungry. "You see, the doctor said that the wounds will soon be completely healed and you'll be able to live like you used to," Charlie said cheerfully. Yes, thank you very much. If it hadn't been for you, I don't know what would have happened to me, Olivia sighed. Let's not talk about it. I'm just repaying your kindness for your kindness. Now let's go out to lunch, or we could starve to death, Charlie joked. They settled down at a cafe nearby. Charlie ordered a full multi-course meal, while Olivia had a light salad and juice. So that's why you're so tiny. Charlie laughed, comparing their portions. Lunch turned to conversation and discussion of work-related matters. Both of them acted relaxed and easygoing. What a strange thing to say. We haven't known each other very long, but I feel like I've known you all my life, Charlie said suddenly, putting his hand over her arm and looking into her eyes. It's as if fate had sent you to me to give me something light in my life. Why do you say that? You're a successful businessman. You have everything? Olivia wondered, her voice trembling, her heart beating so loudly that it sounded like everyone in the cafe needed to hear it. Charlie sighed heavily. Let's go. I need to show you something. When they arrived, Olivia marveled at the huge office building with its many adjoining structures. It felt like they were in a mini city. Do you like it? Charlie smiled. Yes. But I don't really understand what I'm doing now, which I got with the help of my father. And of course, he never misses an opportunity to remind me of that. Yes, I'm very grateful to him for the start in my career that he gave me. But, I want to prove to everyone, to him, and first of all to myself, that I am worth something. I've been thinking for a long time and decided to realize my media project. I want to launch several TV channels, an advertising agency, and a publishing house. I have a lot of ideas, and I want you to help me. No one knows about this but you. I want to keep it a secret. At least for now. You mean Sue doesn't know either? Olivia asked, stunned. No, why not? You two are getting married, aren't you? Olivia asked. Sue is far away from all this. She thinks money falls out of the sky, Charlie replied briefly. They stayed there for a while, looking around and making plans for where everything would be. They didn't get home until after dinner. Sue, watching them from the window, was literally choking with anger. Everything was falling apart. Charlie had grown cold to her, and everything was going so well. Sue ran out as soon as Charlie and Olivia entered the house. She threw herself at him and snuggled into his arms. I've missed you so much. I haven't had dinner without you. I'll get the table set up. Olivia, I hope you'll join us. I think I'd rather eat in the kitchen, Olivia said. Please join us for dinner, Charlie asked. Olivia nodded, unable to refuse. Changing into her favorite pajamas, Olivia went downstairs for dinner. Everyone was already at the table, waiting for her. Sue glanced at her guest and tried to suppress a laugh, but it didn't go unnoticed. The servants set the table. Jenny, I'd like for breakfast tomorrow those wonderful pancakes we had this morning. They remind me of the flavor of my childhood, Charlie said with a smile. Charlie, I'd love to. Except I didn't make them, Olivia did, the cook said. He looked at Olivia, surprised. For all your virtues, you are a great cook. He praised her. Olivia smiled, embarrassed. You're exaggerating. It's just that we never had servants. My grandmother and I used to bake something for tea. I love the smell of baking in the house. I think it adds to the coziness and warmth of the soul. I didn't like the pancakes at all. Very greasy. I can't imagine how many calories they have. I wish you'd cut down on the baking, or Olivia would turn into a fat duck, Sue said sarcastically. The servants went to the kitchen, and those at the table at last began to eat, continuing their conversation. Olivia ate in silence, while Charlie and Sue carried on a conversation. Olivia, where did you buy those ridiculous pajamas? Every time I see you in them, I can't help laughing, Sue laughed unpleasantly. It was given to me by a very nice man, so it's precious to me. Unlike you, I was born into a simple family where comfort was valued more than showy outfits and pathos, Olivia said. If you'll excuse me, I think I'll go. I'm a little tired. Olivia walked out and headed back to her room. Why do you keep picking on her? Why don't you get tired of it? Charlie asked. I was just asking. I can't stand the whole hillbilly thing. Yeah? Did you happen to forget that I'm from the country too? Are you making fun of me? Charlie raised his voice. Vera has an excellent education, excellent work experience, and a sympathetic heart. What can you do? Maybe you want to trade me for that provincial girl. I wondered what you brought her here for. It's all clear now, Sue said. I hope you don't regret it. With that, Sue left the table. Charlie couldn't sleep. Tonight he went to bed in the living room. Olivia wouldn't get out of his mind. It was easy and comfortable with her. He could be himself. He was also insanely attracted to her. They'd spent a lot of time together the last few days. He'd probably realized that she wasn't just a random person in his life. Charlie woke up this morning with a heavy head. There was a call from his father, who asked for a meeting in a disgruntled voice. It was going to be a busy day. Lately, communication with his father did not arouse positive emotions. There were only reproaches and complaints. That's why Charlie decided to start his own business and start from scratch. But no one could know about it yet, except Olivia. She was the only one he could trust. Lately, this girl seemed to him a ray of light in his gray, as it seemed to him, life. They were spending more and more time together. And every day Charlie realized that this girl attracted him more and more. Her simplicity and spontaneity combined with her enormous efficiency amazed him. She was so involved in the new project that she was literally breathing on it, offering many interesting ideas. After a quick coffee, Charlie went to his father's office. The huge building in the center of the city stood out favorably against the background of other business centers. His father liked everything ostentatious, unlike his son, who, no matter how hard he tried, liked simplicity in everything. "What's the emergency?" Charlie asked, stepping into the spacious office. "I won't beat around the bush. I'll get right to the point. Sue called me yesterday," complaining. Charlie paused and looked at his son questioningly. "Ah, that's it." Charlie grinned. "And you decided to act as a peacemaker from the province. Am I right?" "Don't exaggerate. I care about your fate. If you're doing something stupid, who's going to guide you but your own father? Don't you think the time for parenting is long past?" "I don't think so. Am I not the little boy you abandoned who needed you the most at the time?" "I'm old enough now to handle my own personal affairs," Charlie replied irritably. "Don't be silly, son. Sue's perfect for you. And her father's connections will open a lot of doors for us. Besides, the girl's head over heels in love with you. What more do you want? And what's this about some tramp you brought into the house?" Charlie stared into his father's eyes and said, barely able to keep from shouting, "That's right, not a tramp, but a very clever and decent girl, to whom you all have yet to grow up, and who to bring into my house is for me to decide." He stood up and headed for the exit, turning around at the door. "I hope we understand each other." Saying this, he left his father's office. I felt sick to my stomach. I didn't want to see anyone. Almost no one. Getting into the car, he drove to the place where he planned to organize his new project. Olivia was there, working hard. The girl was enthusiastic. Charlie saw her leaning over the papers and admired her. Surprisingly, she was the only person he felt comfortable around, especially lately. After pouring 2 cups of coffee, Charlie knocked on the door. "Can we not knock? You're the boss." Olivia smiled. "You were so enthusiastic. I didn't mean to scare you. Besides, you were so quick to get to work that now I think you're in charge." "Not me," Charlie laughed. After they drank coffee, they began to discuss the work. Olivia announced that she'd found some great people, including some from her last job. Plus, she'd arranged a meeting with the company that made the equipment they needed. "I've also designed the office space and prepared some sketches for you to look at." Olivia held out a folder. "You're a miracle. God sent you to me." Charlie walked over to Olivia and took her hands in his. She didn't say anything. He didn't take his eyes off her lips. The urge to kiss was so strong that he barely held back, afraid of the reaction. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket rang loudly. Charlie picked it up, stepping back to the window. Olivia realized from the pale face and the worry in his voice that something was wrong. "Mom's in trouble. The hospital called, and we need to go right away," Charlie said. Of course, if you need help. Olivia couldn't finish her sentence. I'd like you to be there for me. Please. Charlie took her hand. She nodded and followed him, grabbing her outerwear. It took them quite a long time to reach their destination. Even though winter was coming to an end, the weather was truly wintry. Heavy snowfall was literally covering the road, paralyzing traffic in some areas. Charlie's phone rang several times, but he repeatedly rejected the call. Pulling up to the hospital almost at night, they went straight to the attending physician, who reported a heart attack in Charlie's mother. After describing the situation, the doctor authorized a visit in the morning since the woman was conscious. There's no point in going back. The roads are completely snowed over, Charlie said to his companion. We'll spend the night at Mom's apartment. If you don't mind, of course. Olivia didn't mind. She couldn't imagine her life without the man's presence. Strangely, not so long ago she'd thought she loved Ryan. Now she tried to keep thoughts of Charlie out of her mind because he had a fiancée. But it wasn't working. When he was near her or touched her, every cell in her body responded. She loved everything about him, his velvety, low voice, his scent, his smile, and his eyes. Olivia hadn't experienced that with Ryan. She liked him, of course, but she'd never felt such an incredible attraction, not even at the beginning of their relationship. And what was there to compare it to for the naive girl she'd been when she'd met Ryan? She'd never had a serious relationship before him. There was a convenience store in the building where Charlie's mother's apartment was, and they stopped in to get some food. The small apartment was unusually cozy and clean. Olivia noticed it at once. Charlie immediately changed into his homemade clothes, which suited him perfectly. A simple t-shirt and shorts looked good on his figure. Olivia admired him twice, trying not to give herself away, though her heart was ready to jump out of her chest every minute. The apartment was full of pictures of Charlie at different times in his life. As Olivia settled into the apartment, he began to prepare a simple dinner. Charlie, would you mind if I took a shower? Olivia asked hesitantly. Sure, the bathroom's over there, Charlie said. But I don't have a change of clothes. I don't think anything from Mom's closet would fit me, Olivia said, even more embarrassed. Maybe my t-shirt will come in handy. You're so petite, it would be like a dress, he smiled. While Olivia was in the shower, she got even more excited when she imagined that they would have to spend the night in the same apartment. What am I thinking? I'm already living in his house, even though it's full of people, and here we're all alone, she thought to herself. When Olivia finally appeared in the kitchen doorway, wearing Charlie's t-shirt and a towel on her head, dinner was ready. Charlie froze when he saw Olivia, who had just come out of the shower. You look good in my clothes, he said at last, not taking his eyes off her. It smells really good, she said, trying to lighten the mood. I'm not sure it's edible, but we have no choice, Charlie smiled. Surprisingly, it was delicious. During dinner, the tension eased a little. Charlie talked about the years he'd spent living in that apartment with his mother. For some reason, he wanted to talk about his difficult relationship with his father and his childhood resentments. Olivia listened attentively, not interrupting. Charlie was showing her a different side of himself now. After dinner, Charlie showed her the photo albums, telling her the stories behind each picture. You were lucky to have had a wonderful childhood and a wonderful mother, Olivia said, thinking. Take care of her. Family and loved ones are the most precious things a person has. I would give a lot to have my loved ones near me, but unfortunately it's impossible. A tear rolled down her cheek. Charlie touched Olivia's cheek and wiped the tear away. How defenseless was she at that moment? He wanted to hold her close to him and keep her safe. Instead, Charlie leaned down and kissed her. The kiss was filled with a tenderness and passion that both of them struggled to handle. Olivia responded to the kiss. The whole world seemed to freeze at that moment. Charlie picked the girl up in his arms and carried her to his room, never stopping kissing her. Laying her gently on the bed, he asked, Are you sure you want to do this? One word from you and I'll stop. His husky voice was driving her crazy. She gently ran her arms around his neck, and without answering anything, she kissed him. This night was theirs alone, and no one else's. And the closeness was more than just physical. It was as if soul mates were joined at the hip. Charlie woke up in the morning and looked at Olivia sleeping on his shoulder. She was even more beautiful in her sleep. He hadn't slept much tonight, and he'd been thinking a lot. He had made the decision to break up with Sue. After tonight, it was foolish to continue this already meaningless relationship. He now realized that he had lost his head and could no longer live without Olivia. The phones on the table began to vibrate, trying not to wake Olivia. Charlie walked out into the kitchen, closing the door behind him. But immediately after he left, she opened her eyes. Her mind replayed the events of the night before, and she wanted to scream with happiness. Putting on a t-shirt, she wanted to go out, but the scraps of conversation held her at the door. "Sue, stop it. Mommy's in the hospital. I'll be there tomorrow or in a couple days as soon as her life is out of danger. Oleg disconnected." And Olivia realized with horror that she was just a casual hookup for a man who would soon be married. The morning was a busy one. For breakfast, the young people went to the hospital. Charlie visited the attending physician first, and then they went into the room to see Charlie's mother. The woman was weak, but very happy with her son. And when Olivia decided to leave them alone, the woman said, "You're glowing, son. I'm so glad you finally found love." Charlie held her hand and smiled. They stayed together for 2 more days until the doctor told them that there was no longer any danger to their mother's life. Early in the morning, they arrived home. "I'll talk to Sue tonight and explain that we have to break up," Charlie said as they entered the house. But his fiancée was already waiting for him in the living room. She threw herself into his arms, telling him how much she missed him. Throwing a dismissive glance in Olivia's direction, she kissed a confused Charlie on the lips. Olivia hurried to her room, but soon heard a knock. It was Sue. "You want to take my fiancé away from me?" "No, it's not going to work. You know why? I'm having a baby, okay? And everything was fine before you came into this house. I think you realize that you're an extra, and you'll make the right conclusions." With these words, Sue left the room, leaving Olivia dumbfounded by the news. 2 hours later, her things were packed and Olivia was waiting for a cab. Suddenly, someone touched her shoulder. Olivia heard a voice unfamiliar to her pain. "Don't say anything, I need to leave." Sue's right, I'm redundant. And it's best for everyone. A child is sacred. I'll never get over it. Olivia's voice trembled. "I'm sorry about what happened. I didn't know, did I? But I want to be with you." Charlie looked into her eyes hopefully. "Sorry, I have to go. The cab's waiting. Don't worry, I'm not refusing to be involved in your company. But it's better if we don't see each other. It'll be easier on both of us." Olivia turned away and headed for the cab. Charlie stood there staring at the car that was taking his happiness away. Yes, he could leave Sue help her and the baby financially. But he realized that Olivia would not support such a decision and would not accept it. Olivia occupied her apartment, which the tenants had vacated the day before. From morning until late evening, she spent at work, gradually setting up processes and solving many issues. She worked hard to keep her free time as short as possible. Charlie never stopped thinking about her for a minute. He knew a lot about Olivia from the firm's employees and followed her life. He knew that she was highly respected and valued by all the employees. It couldn't be any other way. Being at home was sometimes unbearable because of the presence of Sue, who was unpleasant to him. It was only the thought of the baby that kept him close to her. They were to be married in the next month. But he tried not to think about that, because every night he dreamed of Olivia, and in those dreams they were happy together. One evening, when he was feeling dreary, Charlie decided to visit Stephen to get his mind off it. The door of the apartment was ajar, so Charlie decided to enter. As he took a step, he heard 2 men shouting. The voice of one of them was Stephen's, but the other sounded vaguely familiar. "And what are you offering me? If you hadn't been such an idiot, it would have been just as I'd planned to blow up the car. You should have thought of that." Stephen shouted. "What was I supposed to do? You promised me money, and it never came. And then there were all those inspections. He would have gotten to the bottom of it soon enough, and who would have been to blame? You'd be above suspicion, of course. And me? You asked me to wait a little longer. He trusts me 100%, but we had to proceed with caution. And after the incident with the car, he's been watching everything and controlling everything." "I had to lay low," the other man said. Great. And now, after all the checks, they're going to throw me out on the street. Sue left me because I got her pregnant. She said she wasn't going to be with a penniless urchin. And that naive Charlie took her word for it that the baby was his. And with me in love, it's all about money. Anyway, either you pay me right now, or I'm going to go tell him what a good friend he has. Charlie entered the office. Both of them froze in amazement. Stephen's conversation partner was Ryan, Olivia's ex-husband. I really thought of you as a friend, almost a brother, he said to Stephen. That's too bad. He'd kicked Sue out the door that night, and in the morning his father had called, threatening to take the company away if he didn't change his mind. Take it. I'm tired of being controlled by you. I don't want to see you anymore, Charlie told his father. I'll turn things over to you tomorrow. Charlie disconnected the phone, took the car keys, and drove to an address he'd known for a long time. Olivia opened the door right away. I'm sorry, I'm a fool. I'm not the one who got Sue pregnant. I can't be without you, Charlie said. Olivia was silent. A tear ran down her cheek.